Chapter 720 Xiaoguang City, 9 Deities Hall's temporary residence. A ray of light rushed towards the residence. When it got close, a huge formation appeared in the sky above the residence. However, the light successfully passed through the formation and entered the residence. Then it continued to fly without stopping and landed in front of the main hall of the residence. The light stopped for a moment and revealed a slender figure. She had a tall and slender figure. She exuded a natural and sacred aura that was close to that of a fairy. This person was Great Emperor Colored Glaze. After not seeing her for 2 to 3 days, her beautiful and noble face looked a little haggard. Her clothes were slightly messy, and she looked a little travel-worn. After tidying her clothes, the Empress covered her mouth and let out a long yawn. Then she gently pushed open the door of the main hall. Just as she was about to walk in, her raised leg froze in mid-air. She opened her eyes wide in shock at Mei Mao. The hall was filled with layers upon layers of books, blocking the entrance. Many of these books had turned yellow and emitted a rotten smell. She didn't know what to say about such a magnificent scene. Moreover, it had blocked the entrance. "Ah, Colored Glaze? Come in from the left side of the door. There's a gap there. Don't knock over the books. It wasn't easy for me to tidy them up." Empress Jin's tired voice came from the main hall. There was also the sound of books being flipped as if she was looking for some information. The Empress looked at the wall of books speechlessly. "You call this tidying up? You just casually stack them here, and you call this tidying up?" After a moment, she sighed helplessly and walked in carefully. Then she closed the door behind her. Then she looked at the left side and saw a gap. That gap was just enough for her to walk in sideways. Her chest and back were almost touching the wall of books. She walked sideways with difficulty along the wall of books. She walked one round in this maze-like place and came to the center. Then she saw a small house that was stacked with books. "Is this what you meant when you said that it was tidied up?" The Empress was speechless. The books were arranged in the shape of a house. Was he playing with them? Outside the hut, there was a small wooden table. Only then did the Empress realize that even the floor was covered with a layer of books. Beside the small table, the Golden Empress lay weakly on the table. Her jade-like arms and legs were so alluring that one would have a nosebleed just by looking at them. Gently lifting her eyelids, the Golden Empress saw the Empress walking in. She said weakly, "Oh, I have already finished reading all the books that I have folded. I was afraid that I would forget to read them after storing them in the space container. Therefore, I had no choice but to put them out." Then he pointed at the dozens of books on the table and yawned. "There's still some left. There's another batch in the space container. I'm about to fall asleep." The Empress sat down helplessly, picked up the book on the surface, looked at the title, and couldn't help but read it out softly. "Introduction to the Topography of the Southern Plains, with topographic changes from the end of the 137 era to the beginning of the 138 era. Volume 1995. "Why are you flipping through these books?" The Empress was speechless as she put down the book in her hand. Her cheeks couldn't help but twitch. How much perseverance did this guy have? No, how bored did he have to be to flip through these books? "What am I doing?" The Empress lifted her head weakly and pulled her feather robe over to cover her bare shoulders. On that graceful and dignified face of hers, there were 2 big dark circles under her eyes. She had simply used her actions to prove that even an Emperor God expert would be exhausted after reading too many books. Some time ago, after learning about Little Star's situation, we all went to the southern plains and asked the people from the 9 temples to help us find him. However, there was no news at the moment. I can only do it myself to see if there is anything recorded in the books. After saying this, the Golden Empress knocked her head on the table again. Facts have proven that I don't want to touch books for the next 10 million years, especially books with topography and words. The Golden Empress muttered weakly. She sounded like she was about to collapse. The Empress was speechless. Looking at the exquisitely decorated study room, she sighed. With a wave of her hand, she kept all the books in her waist token. Looking at the sleepy golden Empress, she sighed helplessly and said, "You have lived for tens of millions of years, yet you still don't know how to take care of yourself." After saying this, the Empress lifted her up and kept the rest of the books in her waist token. Then she carried the golden Empress back to her room. Covering herself with a blanket, the Empress was about to leave when the golden Empress suddenly said in her sleep, "Southern Plains? Starfall Plains." When the Empress heard this, she was slightly stunned. Then she smiled gently and said to herself, "All right, I have received the message. Go to sleep, arrogant fellow." After walking out of the room, the Empress faced the sunlight and stretched her body. Then her gaze froze and she hurriedly looked towards the northwest. Buzz! In the northwest sky, an extremely bright, purplish-black light illuminated half the sky. That extremely terrifying yet familiar power made the Empress stare at Mei Mao in astonishment. "Little brother?" The Empress stared at Mei Mao in astonishment. Little brother should be in the academy, right? What happened that made him use such a powerful power? Mei Mao glanced at the residents and hesitated for a moment. Then she turned her gaze towards the bright, purplish-black light in the sky. She nodded slightly, then her delicate body swayed slightly and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already at the academy's main gate. Above the black stone platform, the Empress looked at the violent sword chi that was rushing towards the southwest. Mei Mao paused and looked at it with some trepidation. Mei Mao turned around and saw that there was a huge hole in the sky over Yuanguang Academy. She was slightly stunned. A protective array? Isn't the academy itself in Xiaoguang City? The Empress looked at the gigantic protective array that had been cleaved apart by the Nethervoid sword and felt a little embarrassed. That array had connected the Yuguang Academy to Xiaoguang City, and after the sword ray had broken through it, it had pierced through the array. That burst of energy had probably alarmed everyone in Xiaoguang City. The sword chi of the Nethervoid sword, if it explodes! The Empress clenched her teeth as she looked at the increasingly violent sword chi that was rushing into the distance. She raised her hand and pointed it in the direction that the sword chi was heading. If it was allowed to explode, everything within a radius of 100,000 miles would probably be annihilated. The Empress took a light breath and raised her eyebrows. A word came out of her mouth. "Reverse." She clenched her jade-like hand tightly the moment her words left her mouth, after which her wrist abruptly turned in a circle. The energy sword light 100,000 feet away seemed to have solidified as it suddenly became sluggish. Subsequently, the vast destructive power paused as the enormous sword light rapidly shrank towards the center. Finally, it gently dissipated into the air. The Empress withdrew her trembling hand back into her sleeve. She smiled bitterly and rubbed her numb right hand. She felt a little emotional. Her little brother was getting more and more powerful. He was able to withdraw the sword chi from so far away, but it still caused the energy in her body to become chaotic. Let's go and see what happened first. Mei Mao shook her head and smiled bitterly. Her delicate figure once again disappeared into thin air. On the Battle Monarch platform, an incomparably huge crack ran through it. Perhaps it couldn't be described as run through, because the platform had already been shattered into countless pieces by that violent energy. Even the ground below had been cracked into a deep abyss that was 100,000 feet wide. The shattered rocks were thrown into the sky. As the sword chi dissipated, it was like a rain of rocks falling from the sky. They fell onto the Battle Monarch platform and created a rumbling sound. It was as if there was an aftershock. The students in the arena all fled to the energy barrier in the spectator stands. They hugged their heads and squatted down. They were afraid that those huge rocks would fall on their heads and cause them to be collateral damage. As the purple-black sword chi disappeared into the distance, The chaotic energy of heaven and earth and elemental energy slowly regained their balance. A part of the spectator stands also melted. The students in the spectator stands had already been moved away when Yin Feng and the other two felt that something was wrong. The direction that the sword Qi flew towards was just an empty space in the academy. At this moment, they were all rejoicing that the battle monarch platform and the war god temple were located in the north, west of the academy. There weren't any buildings. If that sword Qi had gone in another direction, half of the academy would have been destroyed. After the energy stabilized, the remaining half of the spectator stands popped their heads out in horror. They looked at the battle monarch platform that had disappeared, the spectator stands that had disappeared, and the mountain that had been split into two. They all swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Regardless of whether it was the students of the Distant Light Academy or the Remote Ocean Academy, they all looked at Yun Nuashing as if they were looking at a monster. How could a student of the Devil's Step be able to release such energy? How could someone who could release such energy come to a place like this to cultivate? Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking resounded on the Battle Monarch platform. It was the elders of the Distant Light Academy and the Remote Ocean Academy. At this moment, the former and the others looked at the 10,000 feet tall Battle Monarch platform with a strange feeling in their hearts. They inadvertently looked at Yun Nuashing with flickering eyes, as if they were thinking about something. Yun Nuashing slowly withdrew her sword. Her hair that had regained its color for a moment had turned white again. It was so white that it was dazzling to the eyes. It was so white that it was terrifying. Bang! A muffled sound came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and saw two figures appear. One of them was Yin Feng, while the other was thrown on the ground. His appearance was as if he had been dismembered. He was missing an arm or a leg, and his aura was extremely weak. The disgusting scene made many people feel nauseous. Huff, this fellow is still alive. I really don't know if he's lucky or unlucky. Yin Feng looked at Shi Yuan, who was on the verge of death, with lingering fear. He couldn't help but sigh. This person was the dean of the Remote Ocean Academy. At this moment, Shi Yuan was indeed still alive because he was still breathing. However, there wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't injured. It was a mess of flesh and blood, as if he had been skinned and rolled in a pot of boiling oil before falling from a high altitude into a meat patty. It was so terrifying that it made people feel disgusted. Although they didn't know what method Shi Yuan had used to survive that sword ray, he had paid a terrible price. If it was someone else, they would probably rather die. Even if they survived, their strength would plummet, and they might even be crippled for life. What was the point of living? Those who had more or less interacted with Yin Nuashing looked at Shi Yuan's miserable state with a strange expression. If he's dead, then he's dead. He should have died a long time ago. He should feel lucky that he was able to live for a few more minutes. She narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly. From the moment Shi Yuan had interfered in the battle and caused Ziyin to be seriously injured, she had already treated him as a dead man. The sword aura of the Netherworld Ruins sword will continue to erode his flesh and blood, scraping his soul inch by inch until his soul is completely destroyed. Unless a god intervenes, no one can save him. Shi's indifferent voice caused everyone to shiver. The words coming out of this rather cute little girl's mouth were truly frightening. Buzz. A slight fluctuation appeared in the air again. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others not far away. The space there was distorted and everyone was stunned. Someone else was coming. A moment later, a slender and beautiful figure slowly appeared. That noble and holy appearance and temperament was naturally the Empress. The sunlight transformed into specks of gold that fell and shone on her body. It was as if she was draped in a golden dress. That exquisite face and full curves were all lit up by the golden light, making her appear even more sacred. She was like a peony that stood aloof from the world. Looking at her, these inexperienced little brats were all stunned. Many of them actually blushed in the spectator seats. Many young girls curled their lips in disgust when they saw the covetous and flushed looks of the male students beside them. Did these guys not have any resistance to a royal sister at all? Couldn't they control their expressions in public? After the empress appeared, she saw Xian fainted in Yan Yuting's arms. Yun Nuoxing looked up at the sky, her silvery white hair fluttering in the wind like the Milky Way. The netherworld ruins sword had already been retracted into her body. As if she had sensed the empress's appearance, Yun Nuoxing's dazed gaze turned slightly. At the last moment, she saw the empress walking over anxiously. Her vision completely darkened, and her body went limp. Feng, who was supporting him from the side, saw that he had fainted again and hurriedly pulled him into her arms. Her beautiful crimson eyes stared at his pale face, and there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. This fellow, why was he so stubborn? Even if this matter was left to them, it would have been fine, however, even if Yun Nuoxing didn't say anything. Feng, and Yi, she could sense his obsession. It was the kind of obsession that wanted to personally kill his enemy, as if that was the best way to vent his hatred. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had fainted after she appeared, the empress was shocked. She quickly walked to his side and squatted down. Her jade-like hand gently touched his wrist, and a wisp of energy entered Yun Nuoxing's body. She sensed his terrible condition just by sensing it, and her pretty face changed slightly. The injuries caused by the exhaustion of his body were even more serious than the previous time in the maze. Who can explain to me what happened? The empress was at a loss. Chapter 7:21. In the room that was filled with fragrance, a group of people stood around a bed. They looked at the two unconscious people on the bed with concern in their eyes. On the edge of the bed, the empress bent down slightly. Her jade-like hands moved up and down on Yun Nuoxing's lifeline as she tried to sense it. However, the more she sensed, the more she frowned. Beside Yun Nuoxing, Xian was also unconscious. However, her beautiful face was rosy, and the feeling of weakness had disappeared. She would wake up naturally when the time came. Compared to Xian, her situation was much better. Sigh. After fiddling with it for a long time, the empress sighed softly. That sigh made everyone in the room tense up. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw her slowly stand up with a puzzled expression on her pretty face. Their hearts trembled. Sister Liuli? Feng asked from the side. Her delicate face had an inquiring look. I don't understand. The empress smiled bitterly. She covered her face with her jade-like hands and sighed. I have never seen such a situation in my life. The energy that just recovered seems to have been absorbed by something. Furthermore, it seems to have been absorbed from within. As for the injury, it's still the same. He was already extremely weak, but he still forcefully used the soul-stabilizing bracelet to recover his energy. Furthermore, he launched that attack in an instant. His injuries have worsened. Let him recuperate quietly for a period of time. The empress sighed softly. Then Mei Mao turned to Feng and Xiao Bai and asked doubtfully, Both of you have a soul contract with him. Can't you see what's going on? Upon hearing this, Feng and Xiao Bai shook their heads. They had never seen such a situation. If a magical artifact was upgrading and absorbing Yun Nuoxing's energy, both of them could accurately identify which magical artifact it was. However, this was the first time they had seen such a situation. And Lexin stretched out her jade-like hand and pointed at the black mark on the right side of Yun Nuoxing's face. She couldn't help but ask, could it be this? It can't be. Little Star himself said that this matter had nothing to do with him. Zai shook his head. Buzz. While everyone was talking, a faint buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the room. Soon after, everyone could feel that the energy in the surroundings had all started to boil, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes towards the source of the change and saw Yi, she fiddling with a palm-sized formation in her small hands. Done. Yi, She heaved a sigh of relief as she held a palm-sized array in her hand. She wiped away a drop of sweat from her forehead and looked at everyone. She smiled and jumped down from the table, running to Yun Nuoxing's side. This is... Everyone looked at the complex array and couldn't help but blink. The array was so complex that it was almost completely occupied by energy lines. Perhaps only by zooming in could they see the specific lines. Heaven's seizing array. Yi, she softly muttered. Soon after, she pressed the palm-sized array into Yun Nuoxing's chest and explained, seizing the fortune of the world and seizing the energy of the world. This array has been compressed into a small piece. I estimate that it can seize all the energy within a radius of 10,000 miles. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but open their mouths. However, before they could say anything, the array quietly fused into Yun Nuoxing's chest. After a burst of light, everyone felt as if the world was rumbling outside the small palace. The sky suddenly became slightly distorted. Streaks of azure light rapidly condensed. The wind and clouds surged as the azure light rapidly condensed. Balls of light containing dense energy floated up from the lake and forest below and fused into the azure light gathering in the sky. After the azure light gathered for a while, it finally revealed its true form. It was a huge energy whirlpool that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. The wild and violent suction force from the center of the whirlpool caused the whirlpool to rapidly rotate. The endless amount of energy in the world turned into rich energy light clusters that merged into the whirlpool, causing the size of the energy whirlpool to rapidly expand. When the vortex appeared, it also gave birth to an abnormally powerful pressure. That terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Countless students of the Longguang Academy raised their heads in shock. When they saw the incomparably huge energy vortex in the sky, their mouths were wide open in shock. Their jaws were about to dislocate. In the freshman area, the people who had just arrived at the entrance of the Green Lotus Society felt this enormous pressure the clearest. They hurriedly raised their heads and couldn't help but be stunned. Then they looked in the direction of the vortex, and their expressions changed. What a big commotion! The door of the building in front of them suddenly opened. A young man and a young girl quickly walked out. When the two of them saw the enormous array that occupied the entire sky, they couldn't help but be speechless. Junior Linsheng's palace is also in that direction, right? Among the group of people in front of the door, the silver-eyed girl was the most dazzling. She raised her head to look at the vortex, then looked at Lin Sheng and asked, "Emma, let's go." "I'll go take a look too." The two people who walked out were naturally Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. The former smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and took the lead to walk towards the center of the vortex. Behind him, the rest hurriedly followed. Just as they left, the incomparably huge energy vortex in the sky suddenly trembled. Then, the energy rapidly shrank towards the center. The size of the vortex also shrank abruptly under the gazes of countless people. From its original size of nearly 10 million feet, it slowly shrank until it was only 10,000 feet in size. Then, it completely dissipated in a few breaths' time. After the energy vortex disappeared, the students of the Longguang Academy scratched their heads in confusion. They still didn't realize what had just happened. However, the sensitive people seemed to be able to sense that the energy density in the training ground had decreased a little. Even the strong and verdant trees were somewhat withered and sickly. However, they didn't take a closer look and just treated it as an illusion. In a room in the palace, she looked indifferently at a lump of energy the size of a head floating in front of her. The energy contained within that lump of energy was condensed by extracting 1/5 of all the energy within a circumference of 5,000 kilometers. It was also compressed by countless energy to form this lump of energy. This lump of energy had already condensed into a material form and was no longer illusory. The energy that was spreading out made the Empress and the others know that if this lump of energy were to explode, This Long Academy would become history after becoming a god emperor. Yishi's attainments in arrays were many times more profound than before. Even if she was just an early-stage god emperor, those techniques that she casually displayed made the Empress and in Lachine hearts palpitate. During a battle, if an array master were to set up an array, trouble would follow. Even if a single piece couldn't kill someone, as long as they were given a moment, they could immediately set up a second piece, a third piece, and so on until the opponent was exhausted to death. Yishi's little hand gently caressed the condensed lump of energy. She took in a light breath and formed a few hand seals with her little hand. After that, she lightly shouted, "Heaven-seizing array, energy, synchronization!" The moment she shouted, that solid lump of energy trembled violently. The heaven-seizing array that shrunk in front of Yun Nuashing's chest extended out dozens of energy lines. Following that, the energy lines entwined around the lump of energy. Wang. The energy lines entwined around the lump of energy. That lump of energy also gradually emitted a bright light. A vast energy ripple flowed out from it, causing ripples in the air. That ripple of energy caused everyone in the room to grin and unconsciously take a small step back. After a moment, that lump of energy that was emitting light abruptly shrunk back, causing everyone to be startled. The energy lump of energy that had retracted its light was now a rainbow-colored energy crystal. One could see the energy lines that extended out from Yun Nuashing's chest greedily absorbing the energy within the crystal, causing its light to rapidly dim. The Empress and the others were also astonished as they sensed that the energy was rapidly disappearing. "Don't tell me it's not enough!" She was also somewhat astonished as she watched the energy contained within the energy crystal disappearing rapidly. In just half a minute, 1/5 of the energy within the crystal had already disappeared. Even her face couldn't help but twitch when she saw this. The energy that had been condensed was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a netherworld emperor expert. She took a deep breath and looked at the energy crystal solemnly. If it still wasn't enough, she would use the heaven-seizing array with all her might, even if she had to fight until the ground withered. She would truly seize all the energy within a 10,000-mile radius. However, if she did that, the land within the 10,000-mile radius would be completely barren. If that doesn't work, I'll just expand the range of the heaven-seizing array to 1,000,000 miles. A terrifying thought flashed across her mind. However, she didn't care. What did the others have to do with her? However, Yishi's thought dissipated after a short while because she saw that the energy within the energy crystal finally stopped disappearing when only 1/10 of it was left. As the energy from the energy crystal stopped disappearing, everyone was also surprised to see that there was a fluctuation of energy in Yun Nuashing's almost withered body at this moment. Specks of stars twinkled in her body. When that familiar power of stars appeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Phew! She also heaved a sigh of relief. She really intended to suck the energy within a 10,000-mile radius dry just now. Although I still don't know what happened in the end, at least the absorption of energy seems to have stopped. There is also energy circulating in little brother's body. I think he will recover soon. The Empress also heaved a sigh of relief. Mei Mao stared intently at Yun Nuashing's beautiful face. As the energy recovered, the dark mark on the right side of her face also gradually faded. This made her slightly happy. The seal appeared because the origin energy of the godly body of Yun Nuashing was depleted, and the suppression on the seal weakened. Now that the seal had dimmed, it meant that the origin energy of the godly body of Yun Nuashing had been replenished and was beginning to recover. Let's go out too. Leave this place to Lachine and the others. We won't disturb their rest. Yishi nodded, then smiled at the helpless Lachine and Jingyu before walking out of the room. The Empress and the others also smiled and walked out slowly, leaving Lachine, Jingyu, and Feng are in the room. I have become a professional nanny. Looking at the room quickly becoming empty, and Lachine also smiled helplessly. About this. Upon hearing this, Mei Mao blinked her eyes. She lifted the quilt with her jade-like hands and fiddled with Yun Nuoxing's chest for a while. After a long time, she took out 2 things from the pendant and casually handed them to Lachine and Jingyu. And Lachine and Jingyu took the things curiously. After taking a closer look, they found that they were 2 transparent beads the size of a thumb. They looked like an empty shell, and the things inside had long disappeared. They asked curiously, "What are these?" "They are the empty shells of top-grade glazed crystals. I picked them up." Feng stuck out her tongue and said, "Xiner, inject your origin energy into them and seal them up. As long as you wear these, you won't need to look after Xingxing when she is unconscious. Xiao Bai and I have deduced a few times. There shouldn't be a problem." Feng smiled gently. Hearing this, the Lachine duo also nodded their heads gently. They looked at each other and gripped the beads tightly in their hands. They inhaled a deep breath of air and adjusted their breathing. A moment later, they slowly released that demonic energy. On their bodies, one could see the energy transforming into the appearance of a celestial fox and a celestial crane. Strands of demonic and almost celestial aura slowly flowed out and endlessly poured into the beads in their hands. Seeing them start to move, Feng also smiled faintly. Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping on the bed. She reached out her jade-like fingers and poked his face. She whispered softly in her heart, "The darkness in your heart can only be suppressed by 4 kinds of divine energy. Little star, what kind of unknown things are hidden in your heart?" Feng sighed softly. She bent down slightly and kissed the young man's lips with her red lips. She hugged his head and gazed at his beautiful face with her eyes full of tenderness. Her small hands gently stroked Yun Nuoxing's head and ears as she whispered softly but firmly in her heart, "No matter what, I will protect you." Chapter 7:22. Sunlight sprinkled down from the horizon. The lazy side of the sun was replaced by intense sunlight that showered the entire myriad gods world. Unknowingly, the aura of summer permeated the air. In the Far Light Academy, there were countless students cultivating in the volcanic training grounds. Suddenly, the intense sunlight shone on their bodies, coupled with the fiery aura of the volcano, caused a layer of sweat to form on their bodies. Those who had just finished their cultivation couldn't help but let out 2 dry howls. The competition between the 2 academies that ended yesterday ended with a strange atmosphere under the gazes of 90% of the students of the Far Light Academy. The news naturally spread out, but when people talked about it, they all had a strange feeling in their hearts. When the competition for the top 10 was halfway through, almost every student of the Far Light Academy thought that they were going to lose. However, the situation that happened at the very last moment caused the blood of many students to boil. Zi Yan's domineering attack, fighting against 4 opponents by herself, seriously injuring all of them with a single strike. Such a turn of events caused the students of the Far Light Academy to be extremely excited. The originally unknown 36th ranked girl on the Devil Rankings was now placed on the same level as the top 3 rankers on the Devil Rankings. However, the things that happened after that caused everyone to be even more shocked. The ending of that matter was for the elders to clean up the mess. Shi Yuan was sent back to the Tranquil Sea Academy. Whether he was dead or not, that had become a mystery. However, from the looks of his injuries, it was likely that he wouldn't be better off alive than dead. As for the news of that incident, it was sealed off by the elders. However, it was useless even if it was sealed off. 90% of the students of the Far Light Academy were present that day, so there was no difference between sealing it off and not sealing it off. However, it also allowed the students to know that it was better not to speak carelessly about this matter. After that incident, no one heard what happened to the youth ranked 4th on the Devil Rankings. However, the strange appearance of the Heavenly Flame Peak caused many students to be puzzled. Such a method of handling the matter also caused the matter to be shrouded in mystery. In the end, no one knew the name of the youth ranked fourth, nor did they know his background. They only saw him suddenly appear and create a huge ruckus, almost killing the principal of the remote Ocean Academy on the spot. As for the other details, not many people knew, because when that graceful sword strike landed, everyone was covering their heads and fleeing like rats. As for the few people who knew about Yun Nuoxing's background, they wouldn't talk about it casually. This matter was something that only the few of them knew about. He didn't want to become famous or anything. At this moment, this group of people was standing in front of a small palace by the lakeside. They looked at the palace, which seemed a little strange, and were somewhat hesitant. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous palace would be overseen by several top-notch experts of the God realm? Although they were here to check on injuries, they didn't know if they would be chased out. After pacing around the door for a few minutes, Lin Xing nodded at Chuan Mu and the rest. Then he took a deep breath and walked up to the tightly shut door. His fingers trembled slightly as he reached out and knocked lightly on the door. "Come in." Just as his fingers touched the door, a somewhat childish voice came from inside the house. This voice was naturally Yishi's. That day he was almost killed by her. Hearing her voice now made his heart beat for no reason. Hearing this, Lin Sheng swallowed his saliva and waved behind him. Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the rest saw this and carefully followed behind him. Yi Qinglian instantly ran to Lin Sheng's side and held his hand with her small hand as she smiled faintly at him. Phew! Slowly pushing the door open, Lin Sheng and the rest took a deep breath. Then they stepped forward in unison, stepped through the door and walked in. Swoosh! Just as they stepped through the door, they felt their vision suddenly turn blurry. Soon after, they felt as if the world was spinning. However, it only lasted for an instant. After stabilizing, everyone lifted their heads in a daze. They saw a vast courtyard, and they could not see the end of the courtyard with a single glance. This. Lin Sheng looked at this scene in shock. The courtyard in front of him was very ordinary. It was very big, and there was a small bamboo forest. Under his feet was a winding gravel path. Beside the bamboo forest, there was a clear lake. This is a magic array, an illusion array, or what the hell? Lin Sheng scratched his face in shock. The only thing he could be sure of was that when they came in, they were strangely messed up. As for how this messed up was done, he didn't know. Let's go and see. At this time, Ding Mingyu was the first to calm down. She walked gracefully and walked in front, waving at the rest. The people sitting in the house were all top gods. If they wanted to kill them, it would only be a matter of moving their fingers. They weren't worried that the other party would want their lives. Let's go first. Lin Gong and the rest nodded lightly. Seeing this, everyone nodded and walked slowly along the gravel path. They didn't know how long they walked. The gravel path, the lake, the bamboo forest, the scenery gradually changed. They walked from the small courtyard to the vast wilderness. Inexplicably, they appeared on a mountain peak. Inexplicably, they appeared underground. For some reason, they flew into the sky. As they walked, they didn't even know that they had walked into the bottom of the sea. Unknowingly, they walked for 2 hours. Everyone stopped, their faces covered in sweat. It was very difficult to walk here. It was as if the air was especially heavy, causing their bodies to feel heavy. Obviously, there was something strange about this place. Lin Sheng wiped his sweat and frowned. Was this a test for them? Or was this a test for him? He was the only magic array master present. Naturally, he thought of this. However, along the way, they also tried many methods. Whether it was using energy to explore the path or trying to break the restrictions, there was no movement at all. An illusion array? An overlapping illusion array? Or... Lin Sheng muttered to himself. A bright light flashed in his black eyes. His sharp gaze constantly scanned his surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything strange. It was as if they were indeed on a mountain peak. His gaze swept across his surroundings again and again. Lin Sheng muttered to himself for a moment. Then he waved his hand, and a huge amount of demonic energy gathered in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the demonic energy rushed forward. Buzz! The demonic energy didn't rush out for long before it suddenly stopped in midair. No, rather than saying that it stopped, it was more accurate to say that it hit something and was blocked. Then Lin Sheng and the rest were stunned to see the demonic energy rush back along the path it had rushed out. It looked as if it had bounced back. Furthermore, when it bounced back, the demonic energy condensed into the shape of a demonic dragon. It opened its mouth and roared at them. Chuan Mu frowned as he looked at the demonic dragon that was rushing towards him. However, he did not think too much about it as he suddenly extended his hand and easily shattered the demonic dragon. However, his hand also trembled slightly as he shattered the demonic dragon. The energy has been amplified. Chuan Mu muttered in shock. Lin Sheng was only around the 5th transition of the half-devil level. However, the attack just now was unleashed by a practitioner who was comparable to the 5th seal of the half-devil level. Ding Mingyu also noticed this situation. She muttered to herself for a moment before gently opening her red lips. Don't use your energy carelessly. When the demonic energy was reflected back, it was dozens of times stronger. If we casually unleash an attack with our strength, the energy reflected back will be at the demigod level. The faint voice caused everyone's cheeks to twitch slightly. Was this even possible? Lin Sheng muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Let's walk a little more." Everyone smiled bitterly but nodded. After resting for a while, they all stood up and strolled leisurely in front of them. As they strolled around, another 2 hours unknowingly passed. Lin Sheng looked at the ice plains below and suddenly felt his heart become a little chaotic. They had walked and somehow ended up on this ice plains. Furthermore, the snow was very real. The cold air turned into frost when they breathed. Even the snow under their feet felt real when they stepped on it. Gosh, I feel like it's a waste not to travel in this lifetime. Chuan Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In just 4 hours, they had gone up to the sky, down to the sea, across mountains and over glaciers. It felt like they had been everywhere. The scenery was real and beautiful. Everyone smiled bitterly. Let's talk about traveling after we get out. Lin Sheng scratched his head in distress and sighed. He glanced at Yi Qinglian beside him and subconsciously took a step back, wanting to say something. Swoosh! The moment he took a step back, everyone's vision blurred and they suddenly felt as if the world was spinning. A moment later, everyone's figures suddenly stopped. The cold air disappeared and the snowflakes no longer existed. Eh? Lin Sheng cried out in surprise. Ding Mingyu and the rest also raised their heads in a daze. Soon after, they saw that the glacier had disappeared and a large hall had appeared in front of them. A few people were seated on the sofa in the hall. All of them were holding their chins as they calmly looked at them. Yi Shi, who was seated in the middle, had an indifferent expression. She gently sipped a mouthful of tea, and no ripples appeared in her wine-red eyes. Was she back? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Why was she back? For hours. Almost the time limit. She lifted her big eyes slightly and glanced at Lin Sheng as she said indifferently, how did we come back? Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and clasped his hands together. He still braced himself and asked. She glanced at him lightly. That glance made Lin Sheng smile even more bitterly. He was being despised. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Turn back, and the shore is at hand. She picked up her teacup and said this sentence lightly, making everyone collapse. Was it because Lin Sheng took a step back that they came back? Then what was the point of walking for 4 hours? Looking at the scenery? I think it's actually not bad. For hours is already not bad. At this moment, the Empress took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. Maybe there's a problem with the way I measured it. Hearing this, She pursed her lips disapprovingly. She put down her teacup and said softly, "Brother Nuaw came out in 4 seconds." It would have been better if she didn't say this because she didn't have a rough measure. However, once she said it, Lin Sheng and the rest felt as if an arrow had pierced through their hearts. He used the light element to advance for 1 second, move horizontally for 2 seconds, and retreat for the last second. Then he came out. When Shi talked about Yun Nuashing, there was a faint smile on her face. It has already become a habit. Maybe he has been to too many places, so he has this kind of action. He accidentally bumped into us and came out. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. However, the corners of their eyes couldn't help but twitch. They walked bitterly for 4 hours, and Yun Nuashing habitually retreated before coming out. Sure enough, their thinking patterns were too different. The standard for measuring the little brother should be at the beginner level of the God level. These children are only at the devil level. Don't use such a high standard to measure them. The Empress's faint smile made Lin Sheng and the rest almost vomit blood. It was a blatant mockery and a blatant blow. They were obviously about the same age, so why were their standards so different? I suddenly came up with that formation on a whim. I haven't adjusted it yet. After I adjust it, I will test it again. For example, I can cut off the way back or turn it into a cliff. She's indifferent words made Lin Sheng and the rest shudder. This little girl looked so cute, but why would she say such frightening words? Chapter 7:23. In the quiet and magnificent hall, Lin Sheng and the rest sat on the sofa, feeling a little uneasy. From time to time, they would raise their heads carefully to look at the few emperor gods sitting opposite them. However, the emperor gods were very calm and did not have any special aura. However, they could not sense any energy waves. At such a close range, the energy had long been subconsciously controlled by the emperor gods. The few people in front of them were all experts at the top of the pyramid. Lin Sheng and the rest were only at the demon level. Even though they looked like girls in their teens or 20s, he did not dare to look at them casually. No one would have expected the emperor gods to be so young and beautiful. Beside Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luoyi, and the rest were also a little restless. The atmosphere should have been very heavy because Yi Shi and the rest were just drinking tea. However, for some reason, the atmosphere did not seem heavy at all. Instead, it seemed a little peaceful. It was as if they were sitting face to face and chatting. "Aren't you drinking?" The Empress sensed their awkwardness and could not help but smile faintly. She stretched out her slender jade-like hand, picked up the teapot, and gently poured emerald green tea into the cups. The crisp sound caused Lin Sheng and the others to slightly regain their senses. The Empress gently pushed the teacup in front of them. Lin Sheng and the rest calmed down slightly. Looking at the emerald tea in the teacup, they couldn't help but be stunned. The dense fragrance of the tea lingered in front of their nostrils, causing them to have a strong desire to drink the tea in one gulp. Ding Mingyu was a little more relaxed. She held the jade-like teacup in her white hand and took a sip. Then, her silver eyes suddenly lit up. The tea contained a strange energy. As soon as it entered her stomach, it turned into energy and spread to her limbs and bones. That feeling was very strange. It made her whole body comfortable, and she couldn't help but want to moan softly. Lin Sheng and the rest also closed their eyes and could not help but take a deep breath. This feeling was very strange. They felt as if they were floating in the air, as if something was brewing in their bodies. Seeing that Lin Sheng and the rest had finished the tea in one go, the Empress smiled faintly and took a sip of the tea. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss. Her pretty face changed slightly. Looking at the emerald tea, she exclaimed, "Ah! Oh no, I made the wrong tea." This sudden sentence made Lin Sheng and the others almost spit out their tea. They hurriedly looked up at her and widened their eyes. They could not help but ask, "What will happen if we drink it?" "It's fine if we drink it, but if you drink it, you'll sleep for about a month." The Empress looked at them with a smile, and from her alluring red lips came a sentence that made everyone's face turn bitter. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of teacups falling to the ground suddenly came from beside Lin Sheng. He was so shocked that he hurriedly turned his head, only to see Yi, Qinglian, Ding Mingyu, and the rest lying unconscious on the sofa. If he didn't feel that something was brewing in their bodies, he would have thought that this group of God Lord experts was playing with them to death. You didn't drink it? A beautiful voice sounded in his ear, causing Lin Sheng to shiver. He turned his head stiffly and saw a few people looking at him with a sly smile on their faces. That look in their eyes caused his face to turn pale immediately. She suddenly ran to his side, scaring him so much that he almost jumped up. However, he was held in place by a force, causing him to be unable to move. She glanced at him, waved her small hand, and drew out the tea. Then, without any explanation, she poured it into Lin Sheng's mouth. As she poured it, she said, "Tea made from dreams, spirit crystal. After drinking it, you can cultivate in your dreams and gain enlightenment in your dreams. Don't worry and continue dreaming." Lin Sheng had a bitter look on his face. That tea was poured directly into his mouth, and he had no choice but to drink it. He could only swallow the tea unwillingly. After a while, he also collapsed with a loud bang and collapsed together with Yi Qinglian. After knocking Lin Sheng down, Yishu patted her hands gently and sat back on the sofa. Just as she took a sip of tea, she suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something. She couldn't help but ask, whose blood was used to make this dream spirit crystal? The Empress was stunned. Her red lips opened and her cheeks twitched slightly. After a while, she laughed dryly and said, "I think it's little brother's. It's over." Hearing this, Yi Shi and Lexin and the rest couldn't help but cover their faces. If the dream spirit crystal were to depict Yun Nuashing in Lin Sheng's and the rest's dreams, wouldn't they go crazy? Don't worry too much. Yi waved her lily-white hand and said softly, "These children have strong hearts. At most, they will be afraid when they see Little Star, but they won't go crazy." Everyone said, "Why do I feel that they will beat him up when they come out?" Yi was also stunned when she heard this. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded and said, "That's also possible." After all, they had to be tortured in the dream for a month in the dream, in the vast white world. Lin Sheng only felt a little dizzy. After a long while, he came back to his senses. He looked up and saw a vast expanse of white in front of him. It was like a rolling fog that slowly dissipated. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Sheng stood up and looked at the place. After the fog dissipated, a huge plain appeared. A gentle breeze blew, and the grass rustled softly. At the end of the horizon, he saw a huge lake, or rather, it would be more appropriate to call it an ocean. And in the middle of the ocean, there was an incomparably huge black iron pillar. He wasn't unfamiliar with this iron pillar. It was the pillar of creation that he had seen before. The dream is so realistic. Lin Sheng looked up at the pillar of creation and couldn't help but smack his lips. This thing looks so majestic no matter how many times I see it. Could it be that it leads to the stars? After looking at the pillar of creation for a while, Lin Sheng lowered his head and looked at himself. He didn't feel any strange changes, but he had a sudden epiphany. Moreover, the density of energy in this so-called dream was no less than the energy condensed by the God-level array Yun Nuashing gave him. I will definitely make great progress if I cultivate here. Lin Sheng felt all of this in surprise. He felt that if he cultivated mystic techniques here, he should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Buzz! Just as he was about to cultivate, the space fluctuated slightly, startling him. He turned his head and saw that a figure had appeared on the grass. He recognized the person and couldn't help but be stunned. A black trench coat, colorful long hair, and a face that could cause the downfall of countries. It was Yun Nuashing. However, that beautiful face was filled with indifference, as if they were strangers who did not know each other. If it were any other time, Lin Sheng would happily greet Yun Nuoxing when he saw her. However, seeing her now made his expression change slightly, especially when he saw the indifference on her face. A chill surged from the bottom of his heart. Why did he have an ominous premonition when she appeared in the dream? Buzz! Yun Nuoxing slowly raised her head. There was a hint of coldness in her colorful eyes. With a wave of her hand, the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared in her hand. Then, waves of energy condensed into waves and rapidly condensed towards her. The violent energy fluctuations caused Lin Sheng's face to darken. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, the high fighting spirit and the terrifying energy fluctuations made Lin Sheng feel like he was about to die. He didn't dare to be careless. He suddenly clasped his palms together and formed seals with lightning speed. A moment later, he took a deep breath and suddenly blasted out with both hands. A loud shout rang out in his heart. Imperial God Diagram. As his hands blasted out, the energy in Lin Sheng's body rapidly flowed away. Golden lines suddenly bloomed in the void in front of him. Then, they quickly connected and condensed together. In just a few seconds, they formed a golden formation that was 100 feet in size. The mysterious lines flickered with orange-gold light, revealing a very hard texture. It stood in front of him like a thick protective wall. When the Imperial God Diagram was formed, Yun Nuoxing slowly raised the Netherworld Ruin sword. Then, she suddenly slashed down. A soft whisper came from her mouth. Netherworld Ruins firmament slash. Boom! The huge purplish-black sword light was like an aurora that could split the sky and earth apart, illuminating the entire world. In front of the tsunami-like sword chi, Lin Sheng and the Imperial God Diagram were like ants, not even a speck of dust. Lin Sheng's face darkened when he saw Yun Nuoxing use her full strength right from the start. When he sensed the real smell of death, he was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately didn't dare hesitate and waved his hands like lightning. However, just as he wanted to reinforce his defenses, the monstrous sword chi had already arrived with a rumble of annihilation. The seemingly sturdy golden formation was basically unable to block the purplish-black sword chi at all. It directly shattered into countless pieces. Lin Sheng, who was behind the golden formation, was completely exposed to the purplish-black sword chi. The enormous sword chi was simply unavoidable, causing his waving hands to suddenly freeze. At that moment, he could only widen his eyes and watch the sword chi was past his body. Boom! Within the purplish-black sword chi, Lin Sheng's body instantly melted into nothingness. The terrifying destructive power instantly destroyed his physical body and destroyed his soul. It was a kind of destruction in the truest sense of the word. After being swept into it, there was no chance of survival at all. This is death. The unparalleled sword chi surged into his body. The destructive power made him unable to even feel pain. He could only feel his life rapidly fading away. Lin Sheng's consciousness suddenly became blurry. His handsome face was very blank. At the moment when he was about to be destroyed, the dark tide rapidly attacked him and swallowed him whole. Ugh! The dark tide suddenly dissipated. Lin Sheng once again felt the breath of life, the coolness of the air, and the itchy feeling of the grass caressing his face. A sound of shock and pain came from his throat. Lin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. At a glance, there was a blue sky. White clouds wandered in the blue ocean without a care in the world. Huff! A trace of lingering fear flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Lin Sheng suddenly clutched his chest as he panted heavily. Just now, he had truly felt the taste of death. The Nethervoid sword's destructive power had annihilated even his soul. Lin Sheng looked around blankly. When he saw the pillar of creation on the horizon, he couldn't help but be stunned. Was he still in the dream realm? He slowly raised his hand and squeezed hard. An enormous amount of energy came from his body. This energy was much stronger than when he was at his peak. Moreover, the power of his soul seemed to be stronger than before. There was a strange energy in his body that startled Lin Sheng. He quickly sat down cross-legged and sent his consciousness into his body. Then he saw a faint, purplish-black energy stay in his body. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Of course, he still remembered this energy. It was this energy that had just destroyed him, the energy of the Nether Void sword. This is strengthening my body? Lin Sheng looked at the energy of the Nether Void sword in his body in astonishment. At this time, the sword wasn't emitting a terrifying destructive power. It quietly hovered above his lower abdomen. The energy that flowed past was washed clean. The energy that was originally as thick as an arm was compressed to the size of a pinky finger. Moreover, the energy didn't immediately return to the energy carrier. Instead, it flowed along the meridians throughout his body. The energy that was tinged with purple scattered some purple particles. These purple particles adhered to his blood, flesh, and meridians, seemingly unintentionally strengthening his body. This, although it's a good thing to become stronger. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and scratched his head. It was definitely a good thing to be able to feel that he had become stronger, but this method was a little... Buzz. Before he could settle his thoughts, Lin Sheng heard another buzzing sound in the air. He was so frightened that his expression trembled. He hurriedly turned his head. As expected, Yun Nuashing appeared in front of him again. Her expression was as cold as before. After she appeared, she raised the Nether Void sword without saying a word. Wait! Again! Lin Sheng felt his scalp go numb when he saw the Nether Void sword frantically gathering energy. A tragic cry came from his mouth. Before he could stand up, the destructive sword light fell from the sky again. Don't tell me it's going to last for a month! In the blink of an eye, the sword aura was right in front of him. Lin Sheng's face paled when he sensed the destructive aura once again. Before his body melted away, a bitter thought flashed across his mind, causing him to smile bitterly. The same scene happened in the dreams of the others. The violet-black sword light rose and fell, causing a series of inhuman screams to ring out in their dreams. However, they immediately came back to life. They were delighted when they felt that they had become stronger. Then, the sword light rushed over again. This cycle made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, if I don't die in a month, I'll beat that guy to death when I get out. In an instant, the same thought took root in the minds of Lin Sheng and the others. Chapter 7:24. In the living room, corpses of Lin Sheng and the others were strewn all over the sofa. From time to time, a little bit of energy would surge from their bodies. Yi Shi and the others were leisurely sipping tea. They were lost in thought as they looked at the sun outside the house. After sitting quietly for 2 hours, when the Empress was brewing tea again, Yi Shi slowly got up, separated Lin Sheng and the others, and threw them into the secret chamber. Then she returned to the hall, took the teacup from the Empress, took a small sip, and heaved a long sigh of relief. So, I still don't understand why we used Brother Nua's dream spirit crystal. Yi Shi put down the teacup, took a few deep breaths, and asked doubtfully, "Can we use other things?" The Empress smiled, picked up the teapot, and poured out a stream of dark green water. When it hit the bottom of the teacup, a crisp and pleasant sound rang out, making the hall feel more lively. The dream spirit crystal has the effect of helping people to comprehend in their dreams. It's one of the more special crystals in the dream spirit crystal tree. If it's supplemented with special blood, it can even produce unexpected results. The Empress chuckled and said, "For people of our level, even if we use the dream soul crystal, we won't be able to enter a dream. We will only slowly comprehend it during this period of time, even if we have the blood of our little brother. But for those little guys, it's a rare tonic." The Empress took a sip of tea, sighed, and murmured, In about 9 years, the demon world should be out. In the future, this world will belong to the children. Our little brother's strength is second to none among the younger generation. The younger generation of the demon world still needs him to lead the resistance, regardless of status or strength. The Empress sighed and said faintly, "We can't let him fight alone. These kids are pretty good. If they were placed in a big family, they would be considered as core disciples. Give them some time and they will have great achievements. Let's give them a little help. If they grow up in the future, they will be of great help. Just treat it as a whim." The Empress smiled and took a sip of tea. Hearing this, Yishi unconcernedly curled her lips and said, "Brother Nual alone can hold up against thousands of soldiers and horses. If he wants to help, it's not something these barely passable people can help." "Well, but I don't deny the existence of miracles. Let's see if they can reach a certain height in the future. Let's see if they can rule the world in 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 100,000 years. She held her cheeks and indifferently said, "Oh, which one do you favor?" The Empress asked with a smile. She was a little surprised when she heard the word miracle. "That priestess girl and that half-devil melon." She looked outside and said casually, "The others are not bad, but I think these two are better. The priestess is from a small world. After the energy of the original world is cleansed by the pure energy of the divine world, it will cause a powerful rebound that can increase the speed of cultivation by hundreds of times. At least until she reaches the elementary god level, she will still be able to maintain a fast cultivation speed. And that girl with Een Tong." She frowned slightly. She rubbed the teacup with her small hand and murmured doubtfully, "The silver-blooded Ding family, from the Ganyuan region. I've heard of this clan before. Their silver blood comes from the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Even in the current god realm, it's a very ancient bloodline. Although they don't have any special constitution, their bloodline is stronger than the bloodlines of ordinary constitutions. It should be comparable to the bloodlines of the 8 ancient families," she said softly. "But it's only comparable. The Ding family has some influence in the Ganyuan region, but in the divine prefecture, she sighed helplessly. But that little girl doesn't have that kind of silver blood, right? I think her blood is bright red." The Empress was stunned for a moment. She put down the teacup and looked at Yishi. "I can only say that the people of the Ding family are blind." She sneered and swung her legs in boredom. There was some disdain in her voice. "The silver-blooded Ding family's ancestral bloodline is actually bright red. It faded from silver to bright red when it matured. The first generation of descendants also had bright red blood. Later, as time passed, the power of the bloodline weakened and slowly turned from bright red to silver. It's just that the Ding family doesn't seem to know. It's no wonder that the Ding family has been passed down since the ancient times. It's not easy to see the shadow of the Ding family in the 139th era. Many big forces have been wiped out by the change of era and the erosion of time. The Ding family has some tricks up their sleeves, but many things have disappeared in the long river of time." She sighed. Hearing this, the Empress seemed to understand something. She said, "That girl's bloodline has returned to its ancestral state." "Yes, it's a shame that she has been kicked out of the Ding family. If those stubborn old people knew about this, they would vomit blood and die." She could not stop laughing. She jokingly said, "The red blood of the Ding family can even be counted as a god spirit bloodline. In the future, they will be able to reach our level. Plus, that blood seems to have some mystery. Although it is not as good as Brother Nua's, it will not be too bad." "What, are you tempted?" The Empress smiled. "You don't want that girl to stay, do you?" The more Z listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Especially that last sentence. She felt that there was something else in it. I have some ideas. I just want to see what happens when the ancient god-spirit bloodline collides with other god spirit bloodlines. Yishi admitted generously. Are you trying to find a wife for little star? Her jade-like hand paused for a moment, and Ziyi was speechless. That girl doesn't have that kind of feelings for little star, and she's also very proud. After knowing little stars and our identities, she won't try to get close to us. It's the same for those little fellows. Or rather, they'll intentionally or unintentionally keep their distance. It's just an idea. Just an idea. She smiled and waved her hands. She sighed and said, the Nine-God Temple is so high up in the eyes of countless people. So many people can't even get close to it. Now that it has landed on these little kids, they are despised. Maybe it is because they despise it that I feel a little bit of miracle. I just don't know what will happen in the future. She was a little depressed. Perhaps it's because their status is too high that it gives people a sense of distance. If they want to work hard on their own, then let them do it themselves. Little brother originally didn't have any thoughts about these things. It's just that accidents added on top of accidents. Without paying attention, he was given this title. The Empress smiled. There are responsibilities that come with it. Plus, he has 3 god weapons. I don't think it is possible for him to not care about the world. Thinking of something, Ziyi raised his head and looked at the second floor. He quietly said, originally, there were 2 godly weapons that needed to be repaired. Now there is the Time Sand Sword, and this one is even more broken. It is broken in half. We just need to quietly protect him, she quietly said. After hearing that, the Empress and Ziyi nodded. Time passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, in a breath, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, a day would unknowingly pass by. Moonlight would shine down from the horizon, and the sun would kick the moon away. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. More than half a month had passed silently since Lin Sheng and the others were knocked out by a cup of tea. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the academy had become rather heavy, while the pace of the students' activities had sped up greatly. All of them were urgently preparing for the Divine Institute exchange that was about to arrive, and they anticipated that they would be able to obtain some accomplishments during the exchange. Under this tense atmosphere, the freshman area was also very lively. There were many people going in and out. Almost every freshman could not stay still. The atmosphere in the academy had also reached a boiling point. However, under this boiling atmosphere, there was one place that was particularly quiet. It was the small palace beside the lake in the palace area. Usually, no one would visit it except for Yan Feng and the others who would occasionally come to take a look. However, as the time for the exchange with the Divine Institute was getting closer, they did not have time to visit again. However, when they saw that Yun Nuashing and Xian had both recovered, they felt relieved. The only fly in the ointment was that Yun Nuashing was still in a deep sleep. As early as the night of the end of the school tournament, Xian had woken up. However, when he saw that Yun Nuashing was still in a coma, he did not leave the room. Instead, he stayed by her side and took care of her. During this half a month, he had not left the bed for even an inch. Even when he cultivated, he stayed in bed to cultivate. The same was true for Feng. Even though both of them knew that Yun Nuashing had already come out of her coma, the meditation of the 1,000 Dreams Heart Sutra had automatically activated. At this time, there was no need for them to stay by her side continuously. They did not leave and quietly waited for her to wake up. Little Bing Air slept beside Yun Nuashing. Like her, she had also slept for half a month. Furthermore, she seemed to be just sleeping. Feng could not tell what was wrong with her. After half a month, the Empress also left. When she left, she also took in Lexin and Jingyu with her. The power of the origin left by the two was enough to shelter Yun Nuashing from her sleep. Moreover, Yi Shi and Zai were still there. There was not much meaning for them to stay. They followed the Empress back to her residence. It was said that she was going to explore southern Yuan. The huge palace suddenly became empty. In the hall, Zai, Yishi, Lan, Exiner, Kaixia, and Xiao Bai looked at each other in boredom. For a time, they also found it a little boring, and there was nothing to do. In this boring waiting, another half a month passed by quickly. When the morning came, a vast ancient bell tolled, majestically spreading throughout the Yuanguang Academy. Dong! The melodious bell tolled in every corner of the Yuanguang Academy. Every student who heard the bell stood up abruptly and cast their sharp gazes toward the center of the Yuanguang Academy, the place where the ancient bell tolled. In an instant, the huge Yuanguang Academy was revived from the dead silence. Its vitality continued to rise until the entire academy was boiling. Countless students soared into the sky with excited expressions. The entire academy was filled with an excited atmosphere because today was finally the day of the countless God-grade academies in the world of the gods. It was also the day when the exchange between the divine academies officially began. When the scorching sun hung high in the sky, the atmosphere in the Yuanguang Academy was as lively as the sun. As far as the eye could see, the square in the center of the academy was filled with people. At the foot of the giant sword mountain, the square was 100,000 feet long and wide. At this moment, it was actually filled with people. Even the elders of the academy were floating in the sky. Countless people were looking at this scene with excited expressions. Space Gate open. At the center of the plaza, an empty space with a circumference of 10,000 feet appeared. Yanfeng, Luofeng, and Luofeng, as well as a few elders, simultaneously formed hand seals, after which they smashed their hands together. The overflowing spatial strength caused the surrounding space to become incomparably distorted. It was as if several thousand enormous whirlpools had been formed in the air. The boundless spatial strength caused the students to roar loudly. OM. A moment later, Yanfeng and the others changed their hand seals, and the thousands of huge vortexes suddenly enlarged. From 1,000, they gradually scattered into tens of thousands. Soon after, they condensed into more than 100,000 spatial vortexes. They extended from the ground to the sky, forming a huge circle. Soon after, the hundreds of thousands of spatial vortexes trembled slightly and slowly turned into many spatial light screens. One could even see the scene within the light screens. It was an ancient academy that stood tall and upright. The day has finally arrived. In the sky above the square, Xue Lingfeng involuntarily chuckled as he looked at the several 100,000 spatial screens. The last time he had participated, he was still a small student. This time, he was already standing at the top of the Farlight Academy. Why? Which academy do you plan to go and cause a ruckus? To one side, Zhao Wenyao faintly smiled as he patted his platinum robes. He looked at the spatial screens in the square, a fiery passion surging in his eyes. The robes were white and gold intertwined. The Farlight Academy's emblem was on the back and sleeves of the robes. It was like a wisp of golden light on the horizon. At the center of the golden light was a large golden hall. It was just like the ancient and majestic light divine hall, causing one to feel deep veneration. Oh, I've heard that there are quite a few girls in Sea King Academy. Xue Lingfeng seriously pondered for a while. The words that he inadvertently blurted out caused black lines to appear on Zhao Wenyao's face. When did this fellow start thinking about girls? Why don't you go to Heavenly Phoenix Academy? It's full of girls. It's said that male students are rare creatures. There are only 1,000 males out of 1,000,000 students. Zhao Wenyao softly said as he pointed at a fiery red spatial screen below. Wow! Even if we split it evenly, each person will get 1,000 girls. How enviable! Hearing this, Xue Lingfeng could not help but laugh. He then nodded seriously and said, Then let's go there first. Let's go hunt for girls. You. Zhao Wenyao staggered and almost fell from the sky. He looked at Xue Lingfeng with a black face and said in a low voice, Are you serious? Ha ha. Xue Lingfeng laughed without saying a word. This caused Zhao Wenyao's cheeks to twitch uncontrollably. He knew that this fellow's brain must have gone haywire. He really wanted to go hunt for girls. Let's go. Destination: Heavenly Phoenix Academy. Target: Xue Lingfeng brushed his long hair. He looked very unruly and handsome. Who knew how many girls would fall in love with him? He waved his hand and laughed. Let's go pick up girls. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhao Wenyao's reply and rushed down with a string of loud laughter. You bastard! Zhao Wenyao roared in anger. He fiercely smacked his lips and chased after Xue Lingfeng. The two of them rushed into the red light screen together. The countless students below roared when they saw the two in front attacking so quickly. Soon after, countless figures soared into the sky from all directions, surging towards the destinations they had long thought of, charging into the many light screens. In the middle of the plaza, Yan Feng and the rest wiped off their sweat. They looked at the countless students rushing into the sky and could not help but smile. Every time this exchange was held, the academy would be in an uproar. The students would also wear the academy uniform, which was rarely used, to symbolize that they were representing the Farlight Academy. Yan Feng and the others smiled as they looked at the people streaming into the light screen and the people streaming out. With a flash of their bodies, they instantly disappeared from the square. The door had already opened. The rest would be up to them to compete for it. Chapter 7:25. As more than 100,000 light screens were opened, the fiery atmosphere was completely ignited. Along with loud cheers, it was as if a war song was being played. The students were sent to the light screens one after another, giving them the courage to win every battle. At the same time, the students of the other academies were also coming out of the light screens. On the other hand, the other students of the Divine Institute that appeared on the screen of light turned their gazes in unison. After that, they simultaneously fixed their gazes on the enormous sword peak. Their fierce gazes searched for the figure they wanted to see. There were many figures on the sword peak today, and the names of the academies were marked on the figures of the students. That was the location of the academies they were currently in, making it easier for experts to find experts. When countless people charged out of the screens of light and encountered the countless students of Longguang Academy in the square, the atmosphere was on the verge of erupting. Immediately, battle after battle erupted. They fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the ground. The energy of the 8 elements surged and boiled in the academy. While the battle at the Far Light Academy was in full swing, many pairs of eyes, which had been shut for a month, suddenly opened within the secret chamber of the small palace. Their gazes, which contained a glint, cut through the air, and waves of ear-piercing screeches sounded. A couple of frightening energy ripples were like huge dragons that were slowly awakening from their slumber. However, the small palace was sealed by a barrier, and the outside world was unable to sense the huge change within it. Looks like they've all woken up. The timing is just right. In the hall, Yishi slowly put down the book that was half her size. She raised her head and glanced at the shaking palace as she spoke indifferently. Oh, yeah, the little girl with the silver pupils you've taken a fancy to has reached the demigod level. Ziyi took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. She's been stuck at the peak of the demonic rank for some time now, right? She's been accumulating strength for a long time, so it's normal for her to break through with the help of the Dream Soul Crystal. She chuckled in a tone that was completely unexpected. Lin Xing slowly opened his black eyes as a sharp light flashed through them. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He clenched his fists and could not help but grin. Half demon rank 8. After a month of cultivating and comprehending the Tao in the dream, his strength had actually crossed over to the 3rd cycle. Moreover, during that month of cultivation, it wasn't just his cultivation that had changed. He had also gradually gotten used to the sword chi of the Nether Void sword. Later on, The Yun Nuashing had also changed to the Linghong sword and other divine weapons, using the destructive power to constantly cleanse his body, making his physical strength countless times stronger. At this moment, he was confident that even if he encountered a third or fourth seal demon rank powerhouse again, under the condition that he did not use his trump card, he could rely on the magic array to contend with his own strength for a period of time. If he laid down a killing array, he might even be able to kill him completely. If he encountered Bai Yuya again, he would not be as helpless as before. He slowly raised his black eyes. His gaze seemed to pass through the hall, through the formation, and into the academy. He saw the energy that filled the sky, and he immediately knew that the Divine Institute exchange had begun. Looks like I haven't woken up too late. Lin Sheng took a deep breath and jumped down from the stone bed in the secret room. He stretched his body, and the sound of bones joining together rang out from his body, as if he had pressed on some mechanism. I wonder how everyone is doing. Lin Sheng smiled and slowly opened the stone door and walked out of the secret room. Thinking back to that month of cultivation, he really wanted to find a certain person to fight, even though he would most likely be abused. When Lin Sheng arrived at the hall, Ding Mingyu and the others had already been sitting there for a while. When they saw him walk in, they all turned around and smiled at him. Lin Sheng returned a smile and looked at everyone with some surprise. He wasn't the only one who had benefited. Even Yi Qinglian had advanced to the first seal demon rank. It looked like everyone had benefited greatly from that dream, especially Ding Mingyu. He could clearly sense a terrifying threat from her. Clearly, she was the one who had benefited the most this time. Lin Sheng casually sat down beside Yi Qinglian. When he saw Yi Qinglian staring at him in boredom, he could not help but awkwardly scratch his head and ask, "Where's Brother Yin?" "He's still sleeping." Yi covered her mouth and let out a long yawn. She then waved her hand and said, "The Divine Institute exchange has already begun. You can go first. Little Star will probably take some time. If it's short, it'll take half an hour. If it's long, it might take a few days." Lin Sheng was just about to nod when his gaze met Chuan Mu and the others. He paused for a moment and then smiled. "Wait a while. I've just finished cultivating, so I'll rest for a while. There's something I need to talk to Brother Yun about." Ding Mingyu and the others all nodded. She couldn't help but burst out in laughter when she saw their looks. "It seems that you guys have been badly abused by Brother Nua in your dreams and want to vent your anger on him." Lin Sheng and the others were stunned when they heard this. They scratched their heads awkwardly and nodded. They never thought that their thoughts would be seen through. "Do as you please. You can't beat Little Star anyway." Yi shook her head helplessly and sighed softly. She had bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on them, causing Lin Sheng and the others to sigh speechlessly. It seemed to make sense when they thought about it. "Let's wait. It'll be a little boring if he's not around." Mei Mao blinked and smiled faintly. Lin Sheng and the others smiled and nodded. He really could not be absent from such a grand event. However, they waited until late at night. When night fell, the Far Light Academy, which had been bustling for an entire day, gradually calmed down. The battles also slowly came to an end. Those from the other academies either returned to their own academies or found a remote place within the Far Light Academy to rest and recover from the huge exhaustion they had expended during the day. The small palace beside the lake still appeared cold and cheerless. There was no sign of life within a radius of 10 miles. Even the other palaces were pitch black. Only the small palace beside the lake was lit up, becoming the only source of light within a radius of 10 miles. Moonlight quietly fell in the pitch-black room, silently expelling some of the darkness in the room. The clear and bright light landed on the spacious bed, illuminating the two slender figures lying on it, covering the two of them with a thin silver veil. The azure light passed through the window and landed on the bed, slowly moving. After a long while, it finally shone on the other bed, illuminating the beautiful face. The slightly cool moonlight caused the air to be somewhat chilly. The pair of eyes that had been tightly shut for more than a month finally trembled slightly under the moonlight. Soon after, they slowly opened. When the eyes opened, the colorful light caused the moonlight to shrink slightly. The dazzling, colorful light illuminated the room. However, it only lasted for an instant before the light shrunk back into the eyes. The room once again returned to darkness. The moonlight also continued to sprinkle down, as though nothing had happened. There was still some confusion in the colorful eyes. She stared at the dark ceiling. Her head was like paste, and she did not recover for a long time. After opening her eyes like this for a long time, the confusion in her colorful eyes gradually disappeared. Yun Nuashing completely woke up. She moved her fingers slightly and took a deep breath, after which she felt that something was not quite right. "My body is so heavy." Yun Nuashing opened her eyes in confusion. After sleeping for a month, the feeling of weakness should have disappeared. There was indeed a wave of energy flowing in her body. Why did she feel so heavy? Yun Nuashing's body moved slightly, and she came to a sudden realization. She lowered her head slightly, and only then did she see that there was a warm and fragrant soft jade on her body. His originally somewhat slender body was currently being used as a bedboard for a certain girl. Her delicate body was curled up, and her entire weight was pressed on his body. It would be strange if he did not feel heavy. The person in his arms seemed to have sensed that he had moved slightly. Her head, that was resting on his chest, moved slightly. She shifted her position and rested her head on his shoulder. A soft sound of sleep came from her throat. However, this sound was very unfamiliar, causing Yun Nuashing to be slightly surprised. She lowered her head and opened her eyes. With the help of the faint moonlight, she saw that the long bluish gold hair that covered the bed was like a blooming devil's snare flower. It wrapped around his neck, arms, and body tightly. It was as though she was worried that he would run away. Suddenly his mind began to churn, causing Yun Nuashing to be startled. His head hurt a little, and in his churning mind an image appeared, a pitch-black night sky and an ice-cold blue moon. It seemed to have happened not long ago. Yun Nuashing was lying on the bed. Little Bing Air, who was beside him, had unknowingly woken up. Her bluish gold eyes were bright and full of expression in the dark room as she stared at him on the bed. After a long while, she slowly climbed off the bed. Her body began to emit a rich bluish gold strange light. Under the influence of this bluish gold light, her large watery eyes became as bright and moving as sapphires. Buzz, as the bluish gold light spread, the purple dress on Little Bing Air's petite body suddenly burst open. It turned into pieces of cloth that drifted to the ground. Her petite body quickly became taller in the dark night. Her long bluish gold hair also grew longer like wild grass. In the end, it was so long that it curled up on the bed. As the light faded away, a snow-white and jade-like naked body was revealed. She had a tall and lithe figure. Her sparkling, jade-like feet touched the ice-cold floor lightly. Her pair of jade-like legs were long and slender, round and firm. Above her was a small waist that was so slender that it could not be grasped with one hand. Her snow-white breasts were proudly exposed in the air. On her curvaceous body, her white and flawless skin revealed a faint pinkish color, with a white light gently flowing around it. On her delicate little face, her thin lips were as tender as rose petals. Her small nose was perky, and her long icy blue eyelashes were trembling slightly. Mei Mao's long and narrow bluish gold hair revealed a delicateness that caused one's heart to ripple. There was also a faint majesty within it. Her picturesque eyebrows were slightly bent. Her slightly frowning appearance made her appear very lovely and moving, causing one's desire to protect her to increase greatly. She was just like a weak little empress. Yun Nuashing looked at this memory. Then her beautiful face suddenly turned red. Wouldn't that mean that he was now, however, She did not have to think too much about it. In the image, light surged on Little Bing Air's delicate body. Bluish gold clothes condensed and immediately covered the exposed spring scenery. However, under the wrapping of the clothes, the originally plump curves were highlighted, making her body appear even more slender. Her tight, slender waist and sexy curves were enough to cause one's heart to beat. Little Bing Air gently stretched out her jade-like hand. Her slender, jade-like hand flickered with a jade-like luster. She gathered up her messy long hair, which fell to her heels and curled up on the ground. Her originally wavy long hair appeared slightly wavy at the bottom part of her golden hair, while her long, icy blue hair was like a waterfall above her head. The beautiful girl in front of him stood on the ground for a long time without saying a word. The wildness in May Mao's bluish gold hair was completely restrained. Like a pair of eyes, she turned her head and looked at Fong, and Zian, who were sleeping soundly on the other bed. May Mao's eyes flickered slightly, and some emotions flashed past her eyes. Then, her jade-like hand gently pulled the blanket over the two girls. Only then did she turn her head and gently climb onto the bed. Her slender and delicate body was a little taller than Yun Nuashing, but when she curled up, she looked like a little bird relying on its owner. As Little Bing Air obediently curled up on Yun Nuashing's body, her long bluish gold hair also came to life like small snakes and gently wrapped around the latter's body. That strange and comfortable feeling made his sleeping expression slightly relax. "I'm sorry." Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, like a mountain spring flowing past in a quiet place. The soft echo of her voice on the stone wall carried some weakness and tiredness, causing a strange fluctuation to appear in the room at night. Yun Nuashing was a little stunned. She did not expect that her first sentence would be these 3 words. Moreover, why did she say these 3 words? She did not understand. Chapter 7:26. Night Moon. In the room of the small palace, the moonlight was cool and gentle. Yun Nuashing gently moved his wrists and looked at the ceiling with a stiff gaze. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He stretched out his hand stiffly and gently pulled away the long bluish gold hair that was wrapped around his arms. He didn't even dare to use too much strength because he was afraid that he would wake up the little girl who was curled up in his arms. Gently, gently, be careful. A stiff voice sounded in his heart. Yun Nuashing slowly pulled at the long hair on his body. After 15 minutes, he finally managed to free his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to pull off the long hair on his body, the long hair that he had just pulled off suddenly curled up. Yun Nuashing was shocked. Before he could react, the long hair wrapped around his entire body tightly. Even his 5 fingers were tightly curled up, giving him a fright. Damn it, I can't run away. Letting out a bitter laugh in his heart, Yun Nuashing let out an almost undetectable sigh. Soon after, he felt the person in his embrace move, causing him to be startled. Lowering his head, he saw Little Bing, slowly stretching her swan-like, snow-white neck, shifting her pretty face to the same position as his, opening her beautiful blue-gold eyes. They seemed to sparkle in the dusky room. As their eyes met, the air seemed to have frozen. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Why did this girl wake up? Could it be that she noticed him when he was pulling her hair? Bing Air. Yun Nuashing blinked and called out softly. Little Bing Air tilted her head and stared at him with her bluish gold eyes. She didn't blink for a long time and only said softly after a long while, "Dad!" Cough. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He suddenly rolled his eyes and tried his best to suppress his internal injuries. He said angrily, "Firstly, I'm not even 34 years old this year. Can you not call me Dad? Secondly, forget it. Let's just say it. I'm not your father. I'm just a wandering scavenger. I accidentally found you and accidentally hatched you." Yun Nuashing sighed. Although he didn't know why he had to say this, He felt that it was better to say it so that she wouldn't complicate their relationship. However, it wasn't a problem for her to call him that. To her, he should be like a brother or a father. However, deep down, he really resisted the identity of a father. He couldn't accept it now. In the future, perhaps he would only be able to accept it after a long time. Hearing this, Bing Er's bright eyes became dazed for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, so Yun Nuashing didn't see it clearly. After that, Bing Er lowered her head. Mei Mao looked a little sad and sad. Seeing her sad look, Yun Nuashing felt a little sorry for her. He laughed dryly and said, Bing Er, let me hear you call me Big Brother. I can't be a father. Even if I am, I won't be a competent father. Being a big brother is not a problem. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly. With his free and unrestrained personality, he couldn't play this role well before he understood the responsibility that a father should have. To be honest, he felt a little helpless in his heart. Mythical beasts had very high spiritual intelligence. Bing Er was born in a human form. At this moment, she had transformed into the body of a normal adult. Although she was still a child according to her age, in reality, her spiritual intelligence and spiritual intelligence were much higher than adult, demonic beasts and magical beasts. Otherwise, this girl wouldn't have changed the way she addressed him from mother to father. How could her spiritual intelligence be low when her eyes were sparkling with spiritual light? Bing Er heard this and gently raised her head. Her blue gold, Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuashing closely. This glance made Yun Nuashing feel helpless and distressed. In the few seconds that she lowered her head, why did she look like she was about to cry? Don't cry. Did I say something that made you unhappy? Yun Nuashing felt helpless when he saw that she was about to cry. He picked up the feeling that he had just gotten rid of. It was better to treat her as a 5 or 6-year-old girl. After he finished speaking, he didn't see any reaction from Bing Er even after a while. They looked at each other for a long time. When he saw that the water vapor in Bing Er's Mei Mao was getting thicker and thicker and was about to fall out, Yun Nuashing was finally defeated. He reached out his hand that was wrapped in Bing Er's long hair and patted her head. He laughed bitterly. After a while, he helplessly smiled and said, Okay. I know. Call me whatever you want. When Bing Er heard this, a strange light flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. She gently nodded. However, that sad expression didn't seem like it would disappear any time soon. This gave Yun Nuashing a huge headache. After a while, Bing Er gently lowered her head and pressed her cheek against Yun Nuashing's chest. She gently reached out her jade-like hands and wrapped them around his neck. She hugged him very tightly and took a light breath as if she was smelling his scent. The bitter smile on Yun Nuashing's face became even more pronounced. This was great. Forget about the child. This time he had to take care of the older child. When he lowered his head and saw that Bing Er had her Mei Mao closed and looked very peaceful, Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment. Then he reached out his hand and gently placed it on Bing Er's slender waist. He used a little strength to hug her tightly and sighed softly in his heart. Daddy, I'm sorry. When I was advancing, I used up all your energy. An apologetic whisper came from his arms. Originally, Yun Nuashing was gently patting Bing Er's back. However, when he heard this voice, his body suddenly stiffened. His mouth opened in shock, and the expression on his pretty face became particularly interesting. So, the culprit who made him so weak that he would rather die was her? Fong. And Little White were both mythological beasts, but they couldn't sense Little Bing Er's advancement. It seemed that he had given her some function in some of the divine items. Speechless, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry and sighed. Then he softly said, Forget it. It's all over now. Anyway, there's nothing else. Don't worry about it. Hearing this, Bing Er, who was in his arms, gently shook her head. He was startled and lowered his head. Then he heard Bing Er's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's sound. Daddy's bloodline is awakening. I should have suppressed the advancement a little, but I couldn't. Under the two pressures, that's why Daddy was so weak. Yun Nuashing was startled. Then he suddenly understood. No wonder the blood he spat out at that time seemed to be more golden. His palm gently patted Bing Er's back to comfort her. Then he took a deep breath. His consciousness entered his heart and checked. He saw that at this moment his blood was 70 to 80% golden. There was only a little red left. He could feel that his current bloodline was many times more powerful than his previous bloodline. The power it could provide was also incomparable. At this moment, he was confident that even if he didn't use any other methods, he could probably send a demigod rank 9 expert flying with just his physical strength. If he met Xian Yuan, Yan Mo, and the others again, he wouldn't even need to use a trace of light element or star power. The gradual awakening of the God-spirit bloodline also made his body more perfect, whether it was his body or his soul. Moreover, there were many memory fragments in his mind. Yun Nuashing looked at the extra memory fragments in the memory star field. They were like huge meteorites. They didn't come into contact with the memory star field, nor did they merge with the many memories. He couldn't help but reach out and touch them. A cold touch came from his palm. He could faintly feel that these memory fragments were different from the frozen memory core. If he wanted to unlock these memory fragments, he only needed to inject a large amount of energy. Sitting cross-legged in the memory star field, Yun Nuashing looked at the thousands of floating memory fragments. He scratched his head, took a deep breath, and nodded. Let's give it a try. After talking to himself for a while, Yun Nuashing stood up and walked in front of a gray memory fragment. This memory fragment was only the size of a fist. Compared to the memory fragments that were a few dozen feet large, it should be easier to unlock. Taking a deep breath, he gently held the gray stone that was the size of a fist. His mind moved, and a vast amount of star power flowed out of his soul's arm. Then it poured into the gray stone. Faced with such a large amount of star power pouring in, the fist-sized stone only lit up with a dim light. It didn't move much. However, Yun Nuashing was not in a rush. This large group of gray meteorites had appeared with the awakening of the bloodline. They contained the secrets of the ancient bloodline. He thought it wouldn't be easy to unlock them. The infusion of the power of the stars lasted for about an hour, and with this seemingly endless infusion, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. He did not expect that it would not be so easy to be so difficult. This was only a fragment the size of a fist, and there was a large one beside it that was dozens of feet in size. In the distance, there seemed to be a huge meteorite that was dozens of miles in length and width. Just as Yun Nuashing's imagination was running wild, the gray stone that had not had much of a reaction suddenly emitted a soft cracking sound, causing him to involuntarily cry out in surprise. Although this sound was very weak, it clearly landed in Yun Nuashing's ears, causing him to shift his gaze towards the gray stone in his hands in pleasant surprise. At this moment, there were small golden cracks on the surface of the gray stone. The cracking sound from before seemed to have come from the cracks. Moreover, there were golden runes on the surface of the stone. They were very mysterious and complicated. Seeing that there seemed to be hope, Yun Nuashing finally let go of the worry in his heart. He was speechless as he glanced at the meteorite that was a few dozen miles wide. Then he took a deep breath and mobilized all the star power in his body. It surged out from every corner of his body like a tide. Finally, under his control, it poured into the gray stone. As more and more star force poured in, the cracks on the surface of the gray stone gradually increased. Inadvertently, a circle had already been formed. Moreover, the golden light that burst out from the cracks also became more and more intense, and the golden runes also became more and more brilliant. When half of the star power in his body had been extracted, Yun Nuashing habitually increased the rate of star power pouring in. Suddenly, he realized that the absorption effect of the gray stone seemed to have disappeared. He calmed down the surging star power in his body and stared intently at the gray stone. Then he saw that the cracks on the gray stone had already covered the entire stone. The brilliant golden light was a little dazzling, causing Yin Nuashing to hurriedly narrow his eyes and secretly peek through a small crack. Bang! Just as Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes, the gray stone suddenly burst open. The brilliant golden light illuminated the entire memory star region with golden light. It was as if a star had been lit up. The dazzling light caused him to hurriedly close his eyes. After waiting like this for a period of time, Yun Nuashing felt that the light outside his eyelids was not as intense as before. He hurriedly opened his eyes. The gray stone had already burst into pieces. What replaced it was an image that was flickering with golden light. A large patch of golden light lingered around the image. There seemed to be something churning on the image. It looked like some kind of ancient text. These densely packed golden words made Yun Nuashing feel dizzy. He hurriedly turned his eyes away. His palms randomly swept in front of him. He accidentally touched the ball of golden light and reached in. As Yin Nuashing accidentally reached in with his palms, the brilliant golden image shook violently. Then it squirmed and slowly melted into his palms as if it had turned into liquid. The sudden disappearance of the light stunned Yun Nuashing. He hurriedly turned his eyes and saw that the golden liquid had melted into his palms. Then it rapidly flew along his meridians. It was unknown if Yun Nuashing was scared out of his wits, or if he was too calm. He opened his eyes wide as he watched the golden liquid rush through his meridians. In the end, it crashed into his mind, causing his head to swell. Following that, the golden light turned into an excessively large amount of information. It was as if an ocean of information had descended from the sky, causing his mind to churn. Ayo! The churning in his mind caused Yun Nuashing to suddenly hold his head and howl. The feeling of something being forcefully poured into his mind made his head swell. Even his soul felt a slight, stinging pain from this feeling. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. It suddenly disappeared after the howl. It disappeared so quickly that Yun Nuashing even thought that it was an illusion. Huff! In the room, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes and slowly panted for a while. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, causing him to be slightly startled. He did not expect that he would be shaken out of the memory whirled by that thing. After panting for a while, Yun Nuashing closed his eyes again. His mind quickly flew into his mind to search for the golden light from before. Just as his mind entered his mind, Yun Nuashing was startled. The resplendent golden light formed a huge line of words that fell from the sky and wrapped around him in a huge circle. The golden words that were formed by countless golden lights were so bright that it was dazzling. Looking at them made his eyes hurt. After rubbing his eyes, Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and filtered through the dazzling light. He immediately saw the words wrapped in the golden light. After seeing the words, Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. Those were words from the mythological era, the bloodline of the ancient gods. The memory fragments that are passed down in the bloodline are also written in the language of the gods. Looking at the huge golden words that fell from the sky, Yun Nuashing could not help but take a deep breath. The golden words revealed a terrifying sense of majesty. According to Yun Nuashing's thoughts, if it were not for the memory fragments in his bloodline, he would not be able to see these words. Fire of the soul? Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the 4 big words above him. He was stunned. Then he lowered his head and looked at the words that formed a circle around him. After he finished reading, he raised his head and scratched his head in astonishment. Energy mystic arts. Rather than calling it a mystic art, it's more like the experience left behind from cultivation. But it doesn't seem like it's a cultivation that focuses on the use of energy. Oh, Yun Nuashing scratched his cheek and was slightly moved. The spiritual godly physique was proficient in the use of energy and spiritual items. However, the proficiency was only at a certain level. He also dared to guarantee that in terms of the use of energy, he was definitely not comparable to she and Princess Jean. He was not even comparable to Lon Sheener. The spiritual godly physique only gave him a higher step. It allowed him to have a very high starting line and better access to higher realms. Even with the heaven-defying effect of this physique, it could not allow him to play with energy to reach the acme of perfection. The initial God realm focuses more on the use of energy and the control of energy. Every time I advance, my understanding of energy will become more thorough. After the half-demon realm, I will also begin to come into contact with this knowledge. However, I will not be able to see it as thoroughly as the initial God realm experts. The fire of the soul has a unique analysis of energy. It can be said that the use of energy has reached the acme of perfection. Cultivating the fire of the soul will allow me to use energy better. Woo, 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 woo. Grade, divine grade. AI, it's only natural. After Yun Nuashing finished reading the introduction, he looked at the grade again. When he saw the two words divine grade, he could not help but laugh helplessly. However, before he could laugh, he was stunned. This was because he saw that there was another word behind the divine grade. Grade, divine grade, sage grade? When he saw the two words behind the divine grade, Yun Nuashing was also stunned. Among the mystic arts that he knew, the highest grade was the divine grade. In the eyes of outsiders, it was equivalent to a legendary grade. Even the transcendental forces might not necessarily have items like the divine grade mystic arts. However, today he saw a strange grade. Could it be the later God realm grade? When this thought flashed through his mind, Yun Nuashing was shocked. Chapter 7:27. In the room, a burst of colorful light suddenly lit up. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Moonlight once again crept in through the window. After the colorful light dimmed, Yun Nuashing, who was on the bed near the outside of the room, slowly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed through his colorful eyes. That pair of gorgeous eyes seemed a little different, but he couldn't pinpoint the specifics. It just seemed a little more lively. Phew! Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. He raised his head and looked at the moonlight outside through the window. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he also felt that the world outside was a little different from before. How should he put it? It was as if the heaven and earth energy and elemental energy that were floating between heaven and earth had a life of their own. Is this how a strong God looks at the energy of the outside world? Looking at the energy that was filled with spirituality, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. The strength of a strong God wasn't without reason. Their understanding of energy and their use of energy weren't something that mortals like him could understand. Only when standing in the same realm could one understand why they could use the same energy to launch a destructive attack. Yun Nuashing moved slightly. The feeling of restraint on his body had disappeared. He lowered his head and looked at his body. Bing Air was snuggled up in his arms and sleeping soundly. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile gently. He lowered his head and kissed the girl's smooth forehead. Then he quietly got out of bed and covered Bing Air with a blanket. He looked at Feng, and Xian, who were sleeping soundly, and then pushed the door open and left. Soft voices came from the hall. When Yun Nuashing heard those familiar voices, he couldn't help but smile. Under the dim light, he slowly walked down the stairs. In the bright hall, Yi Shi and the others suddenly heard footsteps coming from the stairs. They hurriedly raised their heads and saw Yun Nuashing walking down the stairs. Their eyes lit up. "Brother Nua, little star you." As soon as Yun Nuashing appeared, Yi Shi, Zi, and the others looked over. The joy that had just surged in their hearts quickly turned into astonishment when they saw Yun Nuashing's appearance. Lin Shang and the others also turned around and looked at the staircase. Just as they were about to say something, they were all stunned. They stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, who was gradually approaching them. A hint of surprise and astonishment flashed across their eyes. What, is there a flower on my face? Yun Nuashing was also stunned when she saw their dazed expressions. She wiped her face with her palm and placed it in front of her to take a look, but she didn't see anything on her palm. Ah, I can speak now. Hearing her own muttering, Yun Nuashing touched her throat in surprise. It seemed that the time for the backlash had passed. Lin Sheng shuddered when he heard this. He laughed dryly and scratched his face with an awkward expression. Brother Yun, we originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but it seems that it won't be easy to do so now. What the hell? Yun Nuashing tilted her head and walked over to sit beside Yi Shi. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Then, when she bent over, she was stunned. The expression on her face instantly became incomparably interesting. Aft! Yi, she was still pouring tea for him. When she saw him suddenly stop, she also raised her head. Then, she saw the drastic change in his expression. Finally, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. After hearing this laughter, Lin Sheng and the others awkwardly turned their gazes away. Ding Mingyu and Jun Luoi's faces were slightly red. Mei Mao revealed a slightly moved expression. Ziyi Lan Xin and Ziyi rested their jade-like hands on their chins and calmly sized up Yun Nuashing. There was no other reason but because at that very moment Yun Nuashing was wearing Ziyan's purple dress. The purple pleated skirt was decorated with a few fresh flowers, and he even wore dark purple knee-high socks. Paired with the dullness on his devastatingly beautiful little face, it made him look incomparably beautiful and moving. Come on, the cross-dresser has appeared again. Xiao Bai shook her legs and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi, she shook her head helplessly. She didn't need to think too much to know that this was Zian and Feng Er's masterpiece. Yun Nuashing wouldn't obediently wear a dress and knee-length socks. He even meticulously combed his hair and braided it. The two girls were most likely bored and took advantage of Yun Nuashing's deep sleep to torture him. However, it had to be said that he originally had a girl's appearance. Coupled with this outfit, this hair accessory, and that earring, he was quite beautiful. After a while, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tugged at his dress. He shook his head and sighed. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. His calm appearance surprised Xiao Bai and Yi Shi. You've accepted this setting so quickly. Xiao Bai's tiger eyes widened. He shook his body and transformed into a palm-sized white-blue tiger cub. He jumped onto Yun Nuashing's head and lay down. He said in surprise, I thought you were going to fight them to the death. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, In the future, we'll be living together for at least a few 100 billion years, if not trillions of years. Will this kind of thing be rare? I can't possibly find two girls to fight with my life every time I wake up and find that I've been cough. Yun Nuashing used Zai's words and smiled faintly. If you can't bear to teach them a lesson, then admit it honestly. Zai couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this familiar line. She glanced at him and said jokingly, But this outfit is quite fitting. Just wear it like this. As you wish. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. He looked at Zai with hidden bitterness, then agreed in a fit of pique. Uft! Lin Shang and Yi Qinglian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. They wiped the corners of their mouths and looked at each other silently. They smiled bitterly. This time, she was really the #1 goddess on the goddess list. Cough! Ding Mingyu coughed dryly. The blush on her face was suppressed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with interest. She smiled faintly and said, Junior! Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Jun Luo suddenly moved closer to her ear and whispered something, causing Ding Mingyu's face to turn slightly red. After a moment of bashfulness, she glared at her with her beautiful eyes. Jun Luo laughed tenderly and looked at Ding Mingyu encouragingly. Ding Mingyu hesitated for a while before coughing dryly. She said with a red face, Little girl, tomorrow we'll go to the other schools to challenge. I want to invite you. Boofed. Yun Nuashing didn't say anything when Chuan Mu and the others started to curse. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They only felt that their worldview was collapsing bit by bit. Chuan Mu and Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. When they first met at the Spiritual Light Tower, they felt that this junior was like a girl. Now that he had changed into a dress, this Yun Nuashing looked at them speechlessly. He didn't think about what they were thinking. He looked at Ding Mingyu and nodded with a smile. He said, You guys lead the way. I'll smash the place. We're going to have a friendly exchange. We're not really going to smash the place. Lin Sheng reminded weakly. I know. It's an exchange. If the exchange is friendly, then everything will be fine. If it's not, then well, right? Yun Nuashing grinned. That evil smile on his beautiful face made everyone have mixed feelings. Well, leave the demigod level to me. The demigod level ones, no matter what level they are, throw them to Lin Sheng. You guys split the rest. How about that? Yun Nuashing looked around and smiled. He distributed the rest casually. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Ding Mingyu glared at him when she heard that. After all, she was a demigod level expert now. How could she let her junior make the first move? Congratulations on advancing to the demigod level, senior. However, you should just stand at the back obediently and be a quiet, beautiful girl. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed his hands. He said, Leave the fighting to the men. Come and help us when we can't handle it anymore. You. Ding Mingyu glared at him angrily when she heard that. She gently raised her hand and a faint bolt of lightning quietly condensed in her palm. She glared at Yun Nuashing and said angrily, Why don't we exchange a few blows first? Although the blossoming lightning did not reveal a huge amount of energy, Chuan Mu and the others could not help but feel their cheeks twitch when they saw it. They had not been at the peak of the demigod level for long. They were a little regretful that they had not been able to use the Dream Soul Crystal to step into the demigod level. At this moment, when they felt the energy that Ding Mingyu was emitting, their hearts palpitated. Indeed, a single step could make a huge difference. It was likely that Ding Mingyu could deal with them effortlessly. Clack! Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and raised his head. He snapped his fingers with his left hand, and a strange fluctuation suddenly spread throughout the small palace. Yi Shi, Zi, and the others trembled slightly. The moment the energy fluctuation spread, the lightning that had condensed in Ding Mingyu's hand disappeared with a poof. She was startled, and her mind moved slightly. She wanted to summon the lightning again, but no matter how hard she concentrated, she could not summon a single strand of lightning. Even her demonic aura had been sealed. Lin Sheng, Chuan Mu, and the others, who were just about to move away, were stunned. Was it over just like that? Ding Mingyu stared blankly at her hand. After a long while, she sighed and raised her head to look at Yun Nuashing. She said with some hidden bitterness, All right, you win. Yun Nuashing chuckled when he heard this. He snapped his fingers again, and the energy fluctuation dissipated. He explained faintly, combined with what I comprehended from the suppression formation. Spirit barrier, I created a barrier region with me as the center. Within this region, no one will be able to use energy. However, this does not include myself. With my strength, I can make the barrier cover a radius of 1,000 miles. When the spirit barrier is activated, I will not be able to move. As long as one's spiritual strength is not stronger than mine, they will be affected by the barrier. Even if one's spiritual strength is stronger than mine, they will be weakened a little. The degree of weakening depends on the difference in spiritual strength between me and that person. The smaller the difference, the smaller the weakening. Yun Nuashing smiled. This was something he comprehended from the suppression formation when he learned the fire of the soul. In his opinion, it was not very useful. It was already good enough that it could be used to scare people. It was not as useful as the suppression formation. If he really wanted to compare, it was even more strange than the suppression formation. It used less energy. The suppression formation also needed to constantly use powerful energy to suppress the people trapped in the formation. It was fine if he was only controlling one person. However, if he was controlling many people stronger than him at the same time, he would not be able to maintain it without a strong foundation. However, the spirit barrier did not have such requirements. As long as the other party's spiritual strength was weaker than his, he could seal the other party's energy. The consumption of spiritual strength and spiritual strength required to maintain the barrier was not very high. Generally speaking, each had its own merits. However, he felt that it was not very useful. When Ding Mingyu and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Inside the barrier, apart from the person using the barrier, no one else could use energy. Although the person using the barrier could not move, the others did not have any energy and could only use their physical strength to resist. As long as they did not cultivate the physical body, they would basically have their arms cut off if they were trapped in the barrier. I'm researching how to make the person I choose use energy in the barrier. Yun Nuashing rested his chin on his hand and thought for a while. When he saw Yi Shi swinging her feet at the side, her wine-red eyes flickered with a strange light as she looked at him. He immediately smiled and said, "Little Shi, come and help." Hearing this, Yi Shi smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. "Then let's adjust tonight and leave tomorrow." Ding Mingyu glanced at him and said with a faint smile on her red lips. Yun Nuashing also smiled and nodded. Then his expression changed slightly and he said with an evil grin, "I have a bold idea. Everyone, please put away your bold idea." Chapter 728. When a strand of light tore apart the darkness of the night and scattered across the land, the enormous Far Light Academy once again became lively. Countless pairs of eyes opened in every corner of the academy, and the anger and battle intent that had been suppressed for an entire night soared into the sky once again. Today was the second day of the Divine Institute exchange, and it was still extraordinarily lively. The dazzling sparks and fierce battle intent woke up the students who were cultivating in the academy. Instantly, even more people opened their eyes, and with a loud roar, they joined the enormous battle. In the battle, dozens of people wearing different academy uniforms were fighting in a chaotic manner, and there was practically no distinction between friend and foe. Dozens of energy attacks were sent flying in all directions. Moreover, it wasn't just the students of the Far Light Academy who were fighting with the students of other academies. Even the students of other academies were fighting with each other. The way they fought made it seem as if they were enraged when they saw their enemies. In the central square of the Far Light Academy, there was a group of figures arranged in the sky above the several 100,000 teleportation gates. If one were to count carefully, one would see that there were 100 figures. Below those figures were energy screens, and the images on those screens were the locations of those figures. Above those figures were rows of words that clearly indicated their strength, the power they were proficient in, and the location they were at. At the very top was a string of numbers, and every time a person on the screen defeated another person, the number would increase, as if it was recording the number of people defeated. Wow, that's too much. So this is what it means to show them. It's like a public execution. Won't people be paying attention to this, no matter where they go? In the sky above a certain red academy, a young man in platinum robes waved the silver spear in his hand, and he couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the 100 figures. From 80 to above, all of them are demigods. TSK, what's wrong with this year? So many demigods have appeared. A young man who was also wearing a platinum robe crossed his arms and looked at the ranking. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Then he looked at the bottom of the ranking, and some black lines appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter, "Defeating someone of the same level will add 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a lower level will only add 0. 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a higher level will add 1 point to your score. Defeating someone of a higher level will add 10 points to your score." Haha, I think it's quite fun. Look at the two of us, 60 and 55 points respectively. We're currently ranked 85 and 90. If we work hard, we might be able to squeeze into the top 80. Xue Lingfeng laughed as he brandished his silver spear. Zhao Wenyao was speechless when he heard his fearless words. Why don't we find someone in the top 50 to play with? Oh, there's one right here. She's 25. Hee, she's a girl. Go and flirt with her. Xue Lingfeng grinned strangely as he stared at the image that was ranked 25th. Idiot! Pervert! IF * king misjudged you. Zhao Wenyao's face was cold. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, that guy is a demigod, rank 3rd rank. Do you want us, 2 peak demigods, to fight to the death? Hee. Anyway, we've already killed a godson. Those ranked 25th shouldn't be so weak. They should be able to withstand my all-out attack. After laughing out loud, Xue Lingfeng licked his lips and said something that made Zhao Wenyao shudder. After saying that, Xue Lingfeng raised his head and looked at the sky. He sighed and muttered, Junior brother, you're so slow. Is he not here yet? Hearing Xue Lingfeng mention that person, Zhao Wenyao's expression became a little strange. What happened a month ago on the Battle King stage scared him half to death. Even someone as strong as Shi Yuan was beaten to a state worse than death. That scene would probably be forever imprinted in the hearts of the students of the Farlight Academy. Whether it was the freshmen or the seniors, they were all at this moment in the freshman area of the Farlight Academy in the small palace beside the lake. Yun Nuoxing looked at the mirror and tidied up the platinum clothes on his body. The golden patterns and the faintly discernible golden shrine behind his back, together with the young man's tall body, made him look inexplicably dignified. However, if one raised their head to look at his delicate face, they would find that it didn't match. So ugly. It's not suitable. Yun Nuoxing frowned. He waved his hand and took off his platinum clothes. He put on the black clothes and windbreaker. The windbreaker was opened casually, revealing a sense of free and easy handsomeness. A wicked smile hung on his delicate face, making him look even more elegant. Little Star, we're representing the Farlight Academy. Didn't Elder Yen Feng say that we have to wear the academy uniform? 2 slender arms suddenly stretched out from behind him and rested on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders. He was stunned and couldn't help but turn his head. The one who appeared behind him was naturally Xian. At this moment, the young girl had changed from her gorgeous purple clothes to the Platinum Academy uniform. The uniform was extremely slim, and it wrapped around the young girl's slender and graceful figure, perfectly showing off her alluring curves. Her curvaceous body, her proud bosom, her small waist, and her straight and slender legs were enough to make countless men's mouths dry up. Her soft, dark purple hair that was usually casually draped over her shoulders like silk was now slightly gathered and tied with a purple hairband around her waist. The rest of her hair hung down to her thighs. Looking at this stunning young girl, Yun Nuoxing sighed. He didn't even have time to look at her. Xian had already grabbed his windbreaker and black clothes without any hesitation and took them off. Yun Nuoxing felt an inexplicable chill on his body and shivered. He lowered his head and saw that his upper body was naked. He then saw that Xian had casually thrown his black windbreaker on the bed. He was a bit speechless as he looked at her and Feng Er, who was standing at the door and covering her eyes with her jade-like hands. In the end, her fingers were wide open and her face was bright red. He couldn't help but say, I say, shouldn't you guys at least look away? Haven't you seen enough along the way? Xian's words almost made Yun Nuoxing spit out a mouthful of blood. You're so valiant that I don't know what to say after saying that. Xian also helped Yun Nuoxing put on the white gold uniform with great difficulty and gently helped him tidy it up. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to mutter that the uniform was so ugly, Xian chuckled and took out a snow-white cloak. He gently draped it over Yun Nuoxing's back and said softly with a smile, Now you don't think it's ugly, right? No, I mean the uniform and I are parallel. Feng, Bing what are you guys doing? Before Yun Nuashing could finish speaking, he turned around and saw Feng, walking in with little Bing. Both of them were wearing white gold dresses and stood beside Zian. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile, as if she was waiting for something. Daddy, do I look good? Bing lifted the hem of her dress and twirled it around, forcing a faint smile on her cold face. Her 2-meter-long blue-gold hair was tied up with 2 blue-gold butterfly knots that reached her neck and knees. Her youthful, lively, and cute appearance made Yun Nuashing feel a little helpless. This girl was even taller than him, Zian, and Feng when she stood up. She was even wearing high-heeled boots and was half a head taller than him. You do look good. Full marks. You're the clothes hanger. Yun Nuashing seriously looked at the 3 beautiful flowers together and reached out to rub their heads. Then he was stunned and looked at Feng, and little Bing strangely. He was speechless and said, So you too, what are you doing? Playing. Feng, and little Bing replied together. Do you want to tear down the academy? Yun Nuashing's face fiercely twitched a few times. He knew that Feng's destructive power was definitely not inferior to his. Moreover, she and little Bing were genuine god-level experts. If he allowed them to participate in this divine institute exchange, it would be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade them, Yun Nuashing saw the limpid eyes of the 3 girls that were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Their lovable appearance caused him to be at a loss for words for a moment. He opened his mouth, but 2 minutes later, he directly gave up on persuading them. He slapped himself, turned around, and walked out of the room in a bad mood. Zian and the other 2 girls cheered and clapped their hands when they saw this. Then they eagerly followed behind Yun Nuashing. They looked so excited that it was as if they were the students representing the Long Light Academy. Yun Nuashing secretly glanced at the 3 girls who were excitedly following behind him. He smiled bitterly. The 3 girls were a drama, and he couldn't afford to offend them. When they went down to the hall, Zilon, Xian, and Kai Xia greeted Yun Nuashing. They weren't in a hurry to return to his soul, and they drank tea unhurriedly. Yun Nuashing also played with Yi Shi for a while before he led Zian and the other 2 girls out of the palace. In the central plaza of the Long Light Academy, there were more than 100,000 teleportation screens circulating with spatial fluctuations. Figures fighting could already be seen 3,000 meters away from here. The number of people fighting was uneven, and it ranged from 1 against 1, 2 against 2, all the way to 7 against 7. There was even a huge circle where a dozen people were surrounding a single person. At the bottom of the plaza, there was an empty space where a few young boys and girls were gathered. They were sitting on a big rock and seemed to be resting. Those who passed by the big rock couldn't help but glance down. Then they looked away with lingering fear and hurriedly ran away from this place. It was as if those young boys and girls were some kind of ferocious beasts. When Yun Nuashing and the other 3 appeared, they also saw the few young boys and girls who were already waiting here. They had also changed into the academy's uniform. The boys were handsome and the girls were pretty. Their posture was tall and straight, and their appearance was stunning. These people clustered together unknowingly formed a beautiful scenery. You guys are... The few people in front of him were naturally Ding Mingyu, Lin Shang, and the others. However, Yun Nuashing was a little surprised because their robes were slightly messy and the corners were even a little damaged. About that, I woke up early in the morning and warmed up while waiting for you guys. Lin Shing grinned and then took out the Long Light Academy's token. At this moment, the back of the token no longer displayed the energy value, but the battle score. On his token, there was clearly a large number of 20. For cross-level battles, the higher the score, the higher the score. On the other hand, the lower the score, the lower the score. Ding Mingyu also took out her token. On the other hand, there was also a number on the token, but it was only 1 point. You wiped out a small team, right? Yun Nuashing looked at Lin Sheng speechlessly. This guy was a half-demon, rank 8 transformation. It seemed that he was also a tough guy. He had warmed up to 20 points. Everyone glanced at Bing Er, who was standing quietly behind Yun Nuashing without saying a word. They were all stunned and thought for a while. They felt that they had seen her somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where. However, they didn't ask anything. They just looked at Yun Nuashing with a strange gaze. This guy had a lot of women around him. All of them were extremely beautiful and had their own merits. Could it be that he was popular with women just because he had a girl's face? Yun Nuashing naturally didn't know what they were thinking and didn't care. He looked at the chaotic battle in the sky and then at the 100 figures standing beside the teleportation gate. When he saw the 70th person, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Shui Lingfeng and the rest are working hard. We can't fall behind. Let's split up and form our own teams. It's not easy to do things when we're together." Yun Nuashing smiled. "I thought about it just now. It's indeed better to split up." Ding Mingyu, Lin Sheng, and the rest nodded. They obviously knew about this problem. The destination was different because of personal factors. It was not a good thing to group up at this time. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "That's it then." "Oh, right, you guys better not meet me. I'm planning to push my way through. If you're accidentally hurt, then I'll see you on the sickbed." "Mr. Yin, can you not say such scary things?" Jun Luoyi's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard that. She subconsciously hugged her chest and looked at Yun Nuashing in shock. Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. Then he snapped his fingers, and energy talismans flew out from between his eyebrows and floated in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "This is my sponsorship. Do your best." "Okay." Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, Lin Sheng, and the rest responded. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Their bodies flashed, and they rushed out in 2s and 3s. Chuan Mu was still in a group of 3. Ding Mingyu was still with Jun Luoyi, and Lin Sheng was also with Yi Qinglian. They all flew towards different teleportation screens. Yun Nuashing grinned and waved his hand. He led Zian and the other 2 girls to a screen at the bottom. As the screen squirmed, the scene in front of them changed slightly. Chapter 729, Blue Feather Academy, located in the southern plains of the Divine Land, was like a group of emerald palaces rising from the grassy plains. Along with these palaces, there were also a number of mountains that had been forced out of the ground. This place was like spring all year round, and the greenery had never faded. The mountains and towering trees had forcibly transformed the plains into mountains, and Blue Feather Academy was an immortal palace in these mountains. Among them, the blue feather immortal bird was one of the greatest features of this academy. Among the monster race, it was considered a holy beast, and if one was lucky, it might even evolve into a divine beast. It was said that behind Blue Feather Academy, there was the shadow of the monster race. This academy that had been evergreen for tens of thousands of years was now engulfed in the flames of war. Countless precious ancient trees were snapped at the waist by the powerful energy winds. Hundreds of huge craters had been blasted open on the green grassland, as if it had been bombarded by a dense cluster of meteorites. Other than the emerald palaces, almost every other place was damaged. Even a mountaintop had been blown away. Boom! At this moment, in a mountain forest, there were 3 figures in a sorry state, as if they were running for their lives. Their clothes were tattered, and there was blood at the corner of their mouths. Looking at the platinum clothes and the faintly discernible shrine behind them, they were actually students of the Farlight Academy. Among these 3 people, 2 of them had delicate figures. One of them was as gentle and refined as a scholar, but there was a footprint on his face, which instantly destroyed this refined feeling. The other one was constantly opening his mouth to complain about something. Behind them, there was a 2-meter tall muscular man. His arms were as thick as 2 human thighs, and they were constantly moving like a mountain of flesh. The three of them were Chuan Jingshan and Zhong Songbai, whom he knew from Yun Nuo planet. At this moment, the three of them were fleeing for their lives in the forest in a sorry state. Furious roars rang out from behind them. Terrifying energy waves swept through the forest, cutting down trees that were hundreds of meters tall and sending them flying. Even from a great distance away, some of the shock waves still landed on the three of them. Immediately, a series of muffled grunts rang out from the forest. Holy shit! Roshan, throw that thing away. If this continues, we'll die here before we even reach the teleportation zone. Zhong Songbai fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His ferocious gaze completely covered up his usual elegance. He stared at the forest behind him that was constantly being destroyed with the ferocity of a wolf. I picked up an emerald feather immortal bird's egg when I was strolling in the mountains. How can I just let it go like that? If I raise it well, it can become a divine beast. Hearing this, Chuan Jingshan pursed his lips. He did not care about the wounds on his body as he held the ring tightly. There was a hint of joy in his fierce eyes. Divine beast my ass. He's about to lose his life. Didn't you see that guy with the shiny green head going all out? Lin Xian glared at him fiercely, pushing up his non-existent glasses as he scolded him. Boom! While the three of them were bickering, another terrifying explosion sounded out from behind them. It shocked the three of them to the point that they shuddered and fled for their lives with their tails between their legs. Thief! Stop right there! A violent explosion occurred in the mountain forest, causing even the ground to be blown away. Amidst the rolling debris of the forest, a figure suddenly flashed out from the white light. His long green hair was so agitated that each strand of his hair stood on end. Dressed in an Emerald Academy uniform, his green pupils were like a python as he stared intently at Mountain and the other two who were fleeing for their lives in the distance. Killing is not allowed during the exchange. Leave the emerald feather immortal bird's egg, and I let you go. Otherwise, I don't mind leaving some of your body parts behind. The green-haired youth exhaled a scorching breath. With every breath he took, the trees in the forest would tremble slightly, as if they were breathing with him. With every step he took, his figure would flicker and appear a few hundred meters ahead. The place where the three of them were standing would also explode violently, as if an invisible bomb had been detonated. Bah, this father picked it up. Emerald Feather Academy didn't say we couldn't take 1 or 2 eggs. If there was such a rule, this father would have handed it back to you with both hands. Deshaun spat and cursed, not forgetting to increase his speed as he hurriedly sped up. That guy's Xian skill is too strange. I can't sense any energy fluctuations from the explosion. It can't be that this entire forest has been tampered with by him, right? Zhong Songbai sucked in a breath of cold air as a huge piece of wood brushed past his arm. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The green-haired youth behind them saw that the three of them had no intention of stopping, and a cold light flashed through his green eyes. He raised his foot and stomped heavily on the ground, stopping in place. You stopped? Deshaun looked back in astonishment. Stop your head. You stopped because you're preparing a big move. Hurry up and run. When Lin Xian saw that the green-haired youth had stopped, his expression changed slightly. He slapped Deshaun on the shoulder and then took a deep breath. Waves of energy rose from his body, and a tyrannical gale almost sucked them forward. Their speed once again increased by a lot. The green-haired youth put his hands together, and wisps of emerald green energy, containing life aura, flowed out from his body and gathered in his hands. Soon after, his hands formed a series of hand seals with lightning speed. Buzz! Following the change in the young man's hand seal, the entire mountain forest began to shake violently. That huge commotion caused even those people who were fighting in the sky to be slightly startled. They involuntarily stopped and looked at the turbulent sea of trees below in bewilderment. Wisps of energy flew out from the forest, turning into balls of emerald green energy and gathering in the green-haired youth's hands. As his hand seals changed, they slowly floated behind him and condensed into a huge green dragon. Damn it! Seeing the movement in the forest, Zhong Songbai was so shocked that his jaw dropped. At the same time, his heart moved slightly. Majestic energy boiled and circulated in his body, and he could not help but curse. You demigod bananas are using all your strength to deal with us 3 demonic class 5 seals. You're going overboard. Humph! The green-haired youth snorted coldly. His hands danced at an increasingly fast speed. A moment later, they suddenly condensed. His hands held 2 balls of green energy and drew in front of him. The green dragon behind him also roared towards the sky. Green would mysterious art, green mysterious dragon. An explosive cry resounded over the entire forest. The huge green dragon emitted a roar and rushed out with a surging dragon's might. The nearby trees suddenly dimmed, as if their energy had been extracted. On the other hand, the dragon's body became even more solid, and its energy also became increasingly terrifying. Let's fight. Sensing the vast dragon might behind them, the expressions of Zhong Songbai and the other two changed drastically. They abruptly stopped fleeing and glared at each other. They stood in a triangular formation with the mountain at the front. Afterwards, the 3 of them also punched the air. The 3 of them condensed into a ball of energy, condensing into layers of thick earth and stone barriers in front of the mountain. It was like a thick barrier that covered the sky, stacking layer after layer in front of them. Between the layers of earth and stone, there were also layers of golden and azure energy mixed in. Roar! The cyan flood dragon let out a roar, snapping the trees around it. In just a flash, it had arrived in front of the layers of energy barriers and crashed into them in the most barbaric manner. Boom! The terrifying energy wind blew away layer after layer of the forest and earth. Even the people fighting in the sky hurriedly moved aside. They looked down at the energy cluster where several types of energy interweaved and shattered. Their expressions were somewhat shocked. Retreat! Throwing down the last layer of earth and stone barrier, Mountain turned and ran. He grabbed Zhong Songbai and the other 2 and rushed out, too lazy to care about what would happen next. Just as Mountain and the other 2 rushed out, the 50 to 60 layers of hard earth and stone barriers and energy barriers that were mixed with the gold and wood elements seemed indestructible. However, under the destructive power of the green dragon, 90% of them were penetrated. When the green dragon passed through nearly 60 layers of 3 layers of defense, only the last layer of earth and stone barrier was left, and it suddenly shattered in a moment. Stubborn. When the green-haired young man saw that Deshawn and the other 2 were actually able to block his attack, he was also stunned. However, a moment later, he coldly snorted and his body suddenly rushed forward. Stepping on the sea of trees, he appeared behind Deshawn and the other 2 in an instant. His furious appearance clearly showed that he had lost his patience. Oh no! A frightening pressure, similar to that of a huge dragon, was transmitted from behind them, causing the faces of the Deshawn trio to turn pale. They turned around in shock, only to see that the green-haired young man was holding a huge emerald fist, which was violently smashing towards them. Even if they wanted to use all their strength to defend against that frightening energy, it was too late. All they could do was to hurriedly maneuver their energy to form an energy barrier in front of them. The onlookers in the sky also exclaimed as they stared closely at the giant fist approaching Mountain and the other 2. They couldn't help but sigh. No matter what, the 5th seal of the devil rank was no match for a demigod. However, just as countless people were sighing in Mountain and the other 2 were struggling for their lives, a strange fluctuation suddenly spread from the transfer area not far away. This fluctuation spread very quickly, and in just a second, it had spread throughout the entire Blue Feather Academy. What? This fluctuation suddenly spread out, causing countless people to be startled. Soon after, they were stunned to discover that their energy was no longer under their control. They could not even move the wind element. Immediately, the people floating in the sky fell from the sky with a series of screams. That strange ripple instantly swept over Deschain's group and the green-haired young man. Soon after, Deschain's group were shocked to discover that their energy defense had disappeared. That 1,000 feet large emerald energy fist had also suddenly disappeared in front of the latter's shocked eyes. This, Deschain and the other two, as well as the green-haired youth, were stunned for a moment. Soon after, they lifted their heads in unison. Countless people also lifted their heads at this moment and looked towards the teleportation zone. At that spot, a figure whose body was flickering with resplendent light had suddenly appeared. No, it was 4 figures. Because they were gathered together, they couldn't be seen clearly, but it was still possible to tell that there were 4 of them. Void break. High up in the sky, a faint laughter rang out and quietly spread throughout Blue Feather Academy. The playful voice of a young girl caused countless people to stare blankly at it. But before they could even praise it, countless people were shocked to see a terrifying ball of energy rapidly expand in the sky. Boom! The terrifying roar alarmed everyone, and then countless people watched in horror as the ball of light rapidly expanded, from 1,000 meters to 1,000 meters, then 100,000 meters. Along the way, those who were swept up let out miserable cries before suddenly disappearing, as if they had been turned to dust. The terrifying scene scared countless people so much that they turned around and fled. Those who fell from the sky and couldn't even use the wind element could only cry out in despair as they watched the silver-white ball of light rapidly approach them. Then it swallowed them in one gulp, and there was no more sound left. This feeling was as if the silver-blue ball of light could swallow everything. Mysterious and terrifying. Run! This terrifying scene caused everyone's scalp to go numb, especially when they saw the speed at which the silver-blue ball of light was expanding. Their hearts tightened and they hurriedly fled. Shit! Mountain and the other 2 also saw the terrifying silver-blue ball of light and were so scared that they didn't even have time to think about what was happening. They quickly turned around and ran. Their energy was sealed, but their bodies could still move. Wait for me. The green-haired youth was so scared that his tongue was sticking out of his mouth, crawling up from the ground. He desperately ran towards Mountain and the other 2. Mournful screams rang out one after another in this world of jade. One figure after another was caught up by the silver-blue ball of light. They only had time to look back in despair before they were swallowed by the silver-white ball of light. Disappearing without a trace inside Blue Feather Academy, the chaotic battle suddenly stopped and everyone desperately ran out of the academy, wishing they could grow an extra pair of legs to escape the rapidly expanding silver-blue ball of light. Chi! Outside the academy, everyone was still in a state of shock as they looked at the silver-white light cluster that was swiftly expanding within the academy. All of their bodies were icy cold as they withdrew, afraid that it would sweep over again. Fortunately, the silver-white light cluster gradually came to a stop after spreading to 100,000 feet radius. Finally, it suddenly trembled and disappeared in front of the numerous gazes that appeared as though they had just survived a calamity. With the disappearance of the silver-blue ball of light, a huge crater about 1 million feet in size appeared before everyone's eyes. All the mountains and forests had disappeared, and the only amazing thing was that the Emerald Palace complex was actually unscathed. Wow. Not even a speck of dust is left. Mountain and the other 2 swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just now, they had erupted with unimaginable strength and managed to escape from the brink of death. Why didn't the teachers and elders come out when such a big thing happened? The green-haired youth's eyes widened in astonishment. The academy was almost blown to smithereens, so why didn't anyone come out to save the situation? This obviously wasn't an attack launched by a student, right? Swoosh! Just as everyone was looking at the huge crater in fear, a sound suddenly rang out in the sky, shocking everyone so much that they hurriedly turned their gazes. Then they saw thousands of figures descending from the sky like dumplings and landing at the edge of the huge crater. Looking at the figures, it was obvious that they were the students who had just been swept into the silver-white ball of light. The latter and the rest were only seriously injured and unconscious, and their lives weren't in any serious danger. Phew! Seeing the students who had been swallowed appear, those who had escaped with their lives all heaved a huge sigh of relief. They slumped onto the ground and forcefully suppressed the raging waves in their hearts. Then, one by one, fearful gazes trembled as they looked towards the sky. The teleportation light screen was still there, and in front of it, for figures had appeared before everyone's eyes. Damn, Mountain and the other two swallowed their saliva and wiped off the cold sweat on their foreheads. Previously, they had truly felt the taste of death. That silvery white ball of light was something that even a demigod expert would not have the slightest ability to retaliate against. After panting for a while, they suddenly lifted their heads and looked towards the 4 figures in the sky with everyone else. "Are you guys all right?" That green-haired youth hurriedly ran over when he saw the person in the same academy uniform descending. He lightly checked that person's body and heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there were no major injuries. He had only fainted from his injuries. After a moment, he also raised his head in bewilderment and looked towards the sky. Since none of the elders had come out, it was obvious that the other party was also a student. However, could a student really unleash such a powerful attack? Of the 4 people in the sky, the leader had long rainbow-colored hair that fluttered in the wind. She was as ethereal as an immortal, and even the 3 people behind her were like fairies that could only be admired from afar and not touched. Countless people widened their eyes when they saw the 4 people. The ones who had just unleashed such a terrifying attack were these 4 beautiful girls. However, when they saw the academy uniforms, their eyes narrowed, and Mountain and the other 2 jumped up in excitement. The newcomers were naturally Yin Nuashing's group of 4. He did not challenge them one by one, but directly used an indiscriminate attack. That terrifying scene had directly turned into fear in the hearts of countless people. Many people would probably have nightmares tonight. Yun Nuashing took out the token and flipped it over to look at the back. Then she saw that the points that were originally 0 suddenly swayed and increased explosively in a straight line. 50, 100, 300, 500, 1,000, 5,000. If the 100 people saw the speed at which the points increased explosively, they would definitely vomit blood. They had fought bitterly for half a day, and the person in first place only had less than 500 points. He had just come in and unleashed an indiscriminate attack. So how did the points increase explosively as if he had taken drugs? After all, there were many people who had been sucked in by the silver-white ball of light. After the ball of light disappeared, those who had been sucked in were all thrown out, and all of them had fainted. Most of these people were much stronger than Yun Nuashing. At least on the surface, they were much stronger than him. The latter was only at the 2nd seal of the demon rank, while the weakest among those who had been sucked in by the silver-white ball of light were at the demon rank. Those who were slightly weaker were at the 4th or 5th seal of the demon rank, and those who were better were at the 8th or 9th seal of the demon rank. Moreover, there were thousands of people who had been thrown out just now. He watched as the numbers on the token slowly increased to a certain level and finally slowed down. Before the continuously rolling 4 digits completely stopped, the number 9 at the very front finally trembled slightly and turned into 0. And in front of it, there was an additional number 1. Phew, 10,000. That's pretty good. Let's rest for a while and go to the next place. Yun Nuashing looked at the points on the token and smiled with satisfaction. Xian, who was beside her, also opened her token. She originally thought that her points would still be 0, but she didn't expect the number flashing on it to be exactly the same as Yun Nuashing's. It was also 10,000 points. Seeing Xian's astonished look on Mei Mao's face, Yun Nuashing also turned her head and glanced at it. After thinking for a while, she said, Could it be because the two of us attacked together, so it's counted as ours? Roughly speaking, the people who fainted just now should have more than 10,000 points. Maybe it's divided equally between us. Yun Nuashing smiled. Xian thought for a while and felt that it was quite possible. She couldn't help but smile sweetly and say, "We're just taking advantage of little star." Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head, but didn't say anything. "Brother Yin." Not far away, a heart-wrenching shout sounded. It was full of emotions, as if a prisoner who had been abused had suddenly found his group. Yun Nuashing and the others were startled. When they turned around, they saw Big Mountain and the other two rushing toward them with tears and snot running down their faces. They were all startled when they saw this. Big Mountain sung by. When Yun Nuashing saw the three of them, she was startled for a while. Then, she smiled faintly and nodded. Without waiting for them to rush over, she moved to the side and allowed the three of them to plunge into the spatial light curtain. Then, she looked at the dumbfounded crowd below and smiled faintly. "We're here to cause trouble. Once we're done, you can continue." After saying that, she waved her hand and led Xian and the other two into the light curtain that Big Mountain and the other two had rushed into. They disappeared, leaving behind a messy battlefield and a speechless crowd. Chapter 730. On the mountain peak of a certain academy, Lin Sheng, who was covered in blood, slowly opened his eyes. He let out a long breath of turbid air and patted the dirty academy uniform on his body. He could not help but bitterly laugh. "Have you recovered?" On the side, Yi Qinglian held her cheeks and quietly looked at Lin Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Seeing him open his eyes, she could not help but smile and ask, "Barely. I almost died." Lin Sheng bitterly laughed and shook his head. He jumped down from the rock and moved his muscles and bones. After confirming that there were no major injuries, he nodded. "Who told you to be so stubborn? A half-demon rank 8 went to find trouble with a demon rank 5 seal. Do you think you are that monster from Yun Nua planet?" Hearing this, Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Io, my Qinglian also knows how to praise others. But, Qinglian, if you praise him like this, I will be jealous." Lin Sheng grinned and licked his lips. Seeing him like this, Yi Qinglian's pretty face blushed slightly. She pouted coquettishly and patted his chest with her jade-like hand. Ignoring him, she obediently pulled Lin Sheng's arm over, rolled up his sleeves, changed the old bandage, and put on a new one. "So fickle. You actually didn't coax me." Seeing this, Lin Sheng faintly laughed and reached out to rub Yi Qinglian's hair. A touch of tenderness flashed across his black eyes as he muttered to himself, "Brother Yin, I can't compare to you, but at least I can fight with my life on the line. If not, how can I protect you? I said that I will step onto the top of the pyramid. At that time, I want the entire God realm to know our names. All right, now is not the time to be sentimental. Be good and heal your injuries. Be good." Hearing this, a touch of tenderness flashed across Yi Qinglian's Mei Mao's eyes. She shyly nodded her head and gently caressed Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng smiled. Just as he was about to pull her into his embrace, he suddenly sensed that something was not right. The battle cries and shouts that had originally filled the sky seemed to have come to an agreement as they stopped at the same time. This caused him to be slightly startled. He lifted his head and glanced at the foot of the mountain. "Hey, look, there's first and second place among the 100 people. Far Light Academy, 2nd seal, 7th seal? How is this possible? The scores of the 2nd and 3rd place are not even on the same level." Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment as he caught a word. He exchanged a glance with Yi Qinglian. Both of them turned their gazes in unison and looked at the spatial light screen. Beside the light screen, there were 100 people standing in the void as if they were looking down on all living things. Just by looking at the 1st and 2nd places, the two of them instantly understood everything. Although they understood, they still found it hard to believe. Moreover, the difference between their scores and the third place's 300 points was like heaven and earth. 10,000! Did these two idiots take the wrong medicine? At this moment, even Lin Sheng, who prided himself on having a good state of mind, could not help but secretly curse. This was abnormal, right? He and Qinglian had been busy for a long time, and now they only had 60 and 80 points. The last place among the 100 people had 120 points. There was still a long way to go. Yi Qinglian was much calmer than him. She looked at the image below the two of them. Those who had just entered the 100 people would replay the scene of the last battle for a period of time. She had also seen it, but she still felt a lingering fear. She could not imagine if she and Lin Sheng would have the ability to escape that terrifying silver-white ball of light if they were present. This is a massacre. The spiritual boundary sealed everyone's abilities. The two of them used an indiscriminate attack together and defeated almost half of the people fighting in the academy. That's why there is such an effect. If not for some people hiding in the academy buildings to avoid being affected, I'm afraid their scores would have jumped up a few times. Yi Qinglian said softly. Unconsciously, her breathing quickened slightly. At this moment, the two of them were too dazzling. The future temple masters of the 9 deities' temple seemed to be releasing the brilliance that they had been suppressing all this time. That brilliance was enough to make everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority. So strong! Lin Sheng could not help but exclaim. He knew that Yun Nuoxing and the others were very strong that day in the labyrinth, but he did not expect them to be so strong even without divine artifacts. The two of them were a one-sided massacre. Jade Feather Academy. I remember that there should be 2 or 3 demigods fighting there at this time. Could it be that they were also... The huge academy seemed to have been shocked by this sudden news. Many people looked at the 2 people at the very front of the 100 people with blank expressions. Really, these 2 really hurt the confidence of others. If I didn't choose not to take them seriously because I knew their identity, and if I didn't have a good temperament, I would be a little disappointed now. Lin Sheng took in the various expressions of the people at the foot of the mountain and could not help but smile bitterly. Lin Sheng, you won't be any worse than them. After all, they have a transcendent power backing them. Furthermore, they aren't ordinary people. They naturally have their own strengths. Yi Qinglian held Lin Sheng's hand and comforted him softly. No, this is the first time I have discovered that some people are hard to catch up with. Of course, I'm not belittling myself, I'm just lamenting. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, Qinglian, you don't have to comfort me. I don't think it's anything. Brother Yun has his own opportunities, and we have our own lives. Although I have always regarded Brother Yun and Yun Nuoxing as my goals, I have only just discovered that it is a little difficult to catch up with them. Shouldn't I change my goals as soon as possible? Mei Mao raised her head slightly and looked straight into his eyes. She did not find any disappointment in them. As always, they were as deep as an ancient well without ripples. Only then did she feel relieved and nod. Mei Mao also looked at the 2 with a complicated expression and sighed in her heart. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, in another academy in a mangrove forest, Xue Lingfeng stood at the top of an ancient tree and looked at the new 1st and 2nd place. When he saw the familiar figure, he could not help but laugh wildly. His laughter was extremely impudent and unbridled. Zhao Wenyao, who was beside him, could not help but roll his eyes. When he looked at the 2 figures, his eyes were filled with a strong sense of solemnity and fear. This kind of people really did not belong to the human race. Clang! The silver-white spear suddenly swept in front of him and slanted downwards. Xue Lingfeng laughed loudly and wiped the blood off his forehead. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body and looked at the figures that surrounded them. Finally, he looked at the figure in front of them and laughed sinisterly. That's my junior, a newcomer monster. If you have the ability, go and play with him. Ha ha ha, I forgot. You. a demigod rank ant, need to mobilize a large number of people to fight against two peak demonic ranks. I'm afraid he won't even look at you with such cowardice. That guy has even killed gods before. What are you guys? Those who look down on the dignity of our Far Light Academy will be trampled under the ground in the end. Ha 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 ha. Xue Lingfeng laughed crazily. Zhao Wenyao, who was back-to-back with Xue Lingfeng, thought that Xue Lingfeng was about to go berserk. Then, as if infected by Xue Lingfeng's laughter, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. He roared, "Come, kill us. There are still thousands of us waiting for you to kill. You are all trash that isn't even worth mentioning." The figure in front of them slightly narrowed his eyes, and a trace of gloominess flashed through his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and the people below roared and rushed towards Xue Lingfeng and Zhao Wenyao. Rays of cold light flashed and pierced through the sky. Kill! Xue Lingfeng and Zhao Wenyao's eyes were blood-red. They roared sinisterly, and a faint blood aura shrouded their bodies. They directly rushed towards the figure in front of them without fear of death. The figure in front of them frowned when he saw this scene. He waved his hand, and a terrifying energy slowly flowed out. Demonic rank 2 seal and demonic rank 7 seal, and they are just two brats. Far Light Academy freshmen? Huh. The freshmen these days are really becoming more and more unbridled. If you want to dominate the Divine Institute exchange, then you need some true ability. Go have some fun. Go to Far Light Academy and watch. If you don't return, then beat up all the students of Far Light Academy. Interesting. At this moment, Yun Nuashing still didn't know how many people were paying attention to their actions. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. He just enjoyed the feeling of destruction that came from releasing a large amount of energy every single time. Just like this moment, they'd appeared in the sky above another academy. Spiritual barrier. Stomp! Yun Nuashing smiled faintly as he looked at the numerous figures that were in a chaotic battle below, and then he suddenly snapped his fingers. A strange energy, fluctuation, swept out like a hurricane, and it instantly spread throughout the entire academy. The energy that was suddenly sealed caused countless people to raise their heads in astonishment, and a wisp of uneasiness swiftly boiled in their hearts. Yun Nuashing took Xian's hand with his fair and flawless slender hand, and then he took a deep breath. Silver-blue spatial energy surged and circulated within his body. The 5-element body and the divine physique of receiving soul resonated with each other, and the two energies fused and interweaved together, causing the space around them to fluctuate slightly. After a short moment, Yun Nuashing spread open his right hand and allowed the spatial energy around him to converge at the center of his right palm. Circles of star energy ceaselessly compressed all the energy into a single point, and then a silver-white glow silently appeared. Void. Break. An explosion that seemed to break through the sound barrier resounded in the sky and swept through the entire academy. The silver-white light suddenly expanded to a size of several thousand feet in an instant, and as the star energy and elemental energy continued to pour into it like a tide, the silver-blue light cluster also suddenly expanded. In just 10 breaths of time, it had expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet, and from the looks of it, it did not seem like it was going to stop. Everyone below was scared out of their wits when they saw the scene that they had just seen on the light screen. However, the speed at which the silver-white light cluster expanded this time was clearly much faster than what they had seen. In an instant, it affected the ground they were on and swallowed them along with the ground. Chi! When the silver-white light cluster expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet, there were already people who had rushed out of the range of the spiritual barrier and fled. Looking at the silver-blue light cluster that filled their entire line of sight, they only felt their entire bodies turn cold, and their hands and feet could not help but tremble. When the silvery white ball of light suddenly dissipated, the figure fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The entire academy was still in a daze. No one could say a word, and they could only tremble in the face of that pure and violent power. High Light Academy soared God Mountain's simple hull. Yen Feng and the other two casually sat in their seats as they watched what had happened on the light screen before them, and a wisp of helplessness flashed through their eyes. Yen Feng, those two little fellows seemed to have caused too much of a ruckus. Yan Yiting could not help but send a soft voice transmission to Yen Feng. Oh, that seems to be the case. However, I've already said that I'll allow him to act as he pleases. Now that things have come to this, don't tell me that we should tell him. Oh, godchild, stop causing trouble. If you continue causing trouble, this Divine Institute exchange will become a show of destruction for you. Yen Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. He had never imagined that the godchild would cause such a scene. Back then, we also did not expect him to cause such a huge ruckus. Even if he wants to cause trouble, there should be a limit. If we use the power of space to deal with these little brats, won't it cause them to be traumatized? Bing sent a soft voice transmission. Yen Feng and Yen Yuting sighed and nodded. They were somewhat vexed, but before they could say anything, Elder Lin, who had been in charge of receiving them, slowly spoke from the side. His aged voice caused everyone to raise their heads slightly. I've just received news that before the light screen began to track those two little fellows, Earth Fiend Academy, Silver Oak Academy, and Ares Academy have all been destroyed, including Jade Feather Academy, which was the first to be attacked. That makes 4 academies. When everyone heard this news, their faces could not help but twitch. Did this bastard not need to channel his ultimate move or consume energy? How long had it been? It had not even been 15 minutes, and 4 academies had been destroyed. This old man is worried that the people from the other academies will have resentment and target our students. Elder Lin sighed slowly. Resentment? Before Yen Feng and the others could speak, a vigorous voice suddenly resounded in the main hall, causing everyone to be stunned. This voice, firstly, that kid didn't kill anyone. Secondly, he didn't destroy any buildings. At most, he just dug a large hole, and he could fill it with a wave of his hand. If that's enough to cause resentment and revenge, then we won't participate in the Divine Institute exchange in the future. Fishing for fame is all trash. If you have time, tell those 2 kids to tear down and blow up as much as they want. If anything happens, this old man will take responsibility for them. Hearing this domineering voice, everyone laughed bitterly. This old man was elusive. It was rare for him to show his face, but after saying a few words, he was still so domineering. I say, Lord Dean, since you've already spoken, can't you come out and meet people? Yen Feng sighed in exasperation. Elder Lin knocked on the table, coughed dryly, and said, The latest news is that Red Cloud Academy, Serene Phoenix Academy, 100 Tempering Academy, and True Element Academy have also been destroyed. By the way, that child has single-handedly slaughtered the rankings. 70 to 30 people in the top 100 seem to have gone to fight with him. All of them were heavily injured by a single sword strike, and those who are heavily injured are probably being dragged back to their academies. Elder Lin said in a deep voice. This time, the entire main hall fell silent. Currently, the 2 of them have a score of 120,000 points. Oh, it's 40 times higher than the highest score of 3,000 points of the previous top 100. All the elders were speechless. The madman who had obtained 3,000 points in the past had fought countless battles in a day to achieve such a high record. Moreover, he had left the 2nd place far behind. These arrogant fellows basically would not find people weaker than them to farm points. They had all challenged strong people, and only then had they obtained 3,000 points. Yun Nuashing was actually the same. He was only at the 2nd seal of the devil rank. Although he had heavily injured a demigod rank expert with a single sword strike, that was still an orthodox battle. They couldn't look down on others just because their cultivation was low. Oh, their score is so high that it's difficult to catch up. There's no point for these two little fellows to participate in the following days of the Divine Institute exchange. An elder rubbed his chin and spoke in a distressed manner. The Divine Institute exchange isn't considered to be low in importance among the younger generation of the Divine Realm. Moreover, it includes all the Divine Institutes in the Divine Realm. The champions of the past exchanges have a certain level of reputation even in the Divine Realm, so those arrogant little fellows won't give up so easily. The heavy voice resounded in the main hall again. Everyone laughed bitterly when they heard this. If they won't give up, then they'll go fight to the death with Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Elder Lin laughed bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly, his expression shook when he heard a piece of information coming from the jade slip. He listened for a moment, and then his face trembled as he said helplessly, "Dean, your crow's beak has taken effect." Just a moment ago, the top 20 out of the 100 participants seemed to have gone to look for those two little fellows. Elder Lin paused for a moment before he continued. It said that the Azure Frost Academy also sent out students and caused quite a commotion. The two little fellows, ranked first and second on the devil rankings, were caught by them. Ling Feng and Wan Yao, they're still at a disadvantage since they haven't advanced to the demigod realm. After all, our Far Light Academy treats everyone equally and doesn't give them any special treatment. They're slightly inferior in terms of peak battle strength. The elders sighed. Slightly inferior? If you think that the destruction caused by those two little fellows isn't enough, I can send a message to them and let them do as they please. At that time, you'll probably see how terrifying those two fellows are. Yen Feng held his chin with his hand and smiled faintly. At that time, it won't be as simple as digging a hole. No, we've already seen it. Elder Lin and the others laughed bitterly and waved their hands. On the king's platform, Shi Yuan, who was at the heavenly god realm, had been crippled with a single sword strike. Elder Yen Feng, I have something I wish to ask. Elder Lin looked at Yen Feng as he slowly stood up and clasped his hands. Upon seeing this, Yen Feng smiled faintly and nodded. Speak. Those two children, could they be from the Nine Gods' Hall? Elder Lin hesitated for a moment, his voice trailing off. Yes. Upon seeing this, Yen Feng casually nodded his head, and upon seeing him nodding his head, the expressions of everyone trembled. They were actually disciples of their Nine Gods' Hall. No wonder they were so dazzling as the sun. Their radiance was too dazzling, making it hard for them to look straight at them. Even if they used their stomachs to think, they could guess what everyone was thinking. Yen Feng grinned and couldn't help but mumble in his heart. If you guys knew that those two were the god children of our Nine Gods' Hall, you guys would probably be scared to death. However, our care for the little god children is too obvious. There's nothing we can do if they recognize us. Yen Feng waved his hand and transmitted his voice to Ice and Yen Yuting. The two of them smiled bitterly. Chapter 731. The original intention of the Divine Institute exchange was to allow the students of the academies to spar with the students of the other academies in order to verify the insufficiencies in their cultivations. However, such a mishap had suddenly occurred, and it caused the exchange to seem like a farce. There were over 100,000 academies participating in the Divine Institute exchange. Even though the chances of every single academy being selected was only 1 in 100,000, it still caused many of them to be filled with worry, and it was difficult for them to exert their full strength in their battles because they were on guard against the possibility of a star exploding abruptly. Being swept into the ball of silver light would only cause one to faint from the powerful shock. However, no one wanted to be suddenly swept into the ball of light while they were in the midst of an intense battle. Boom! Silver light suddenly blossomed above an academy. The violent explosion that sounded like the birth of a star swept through the surroundings. The ball of silver light expanded in an unbridled manner as it greedily absorbed the energy in the surroundings. The surging energy of the world and several types of energy violently brushed past each other in the air, causing a vast expanse of sparks to appear. The flames that had suddenly appeared caused the temperature to rapidly rise, as if all the energy in the world had been ignited. In the end, it transformed into a surging sea of fire that swept out and was sucked into the ball of silver light. It dyed the ball of silver light with specks of scarlet red, just like the two blazing suns in the sky. Chi! When the ball of silver light expanded to its limit, it suddenly trembled. Subsequently, it abruptly shrank back to the size of a speck of light under countless shocked gazes before vanishing. On the other hand, figures appeared in the sky. Dark shadows covered their faces under the blazing sun. Their multicolored, deep purple, scarlet pink, and bluish gold eyes flickered with light under the shadows. In the eyes of the people below, they seemed like demons. In another academy, Lin Sheng waved his hand to disperse the huge formation before him. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and took a long breath. Only then did he take a few steps forward and pull out a figure from the ground. When he saw that the figure had completely fainted, he casually tossed the figure to the ground before walking to the side and slowly resting. Yi Qinglian had dealt with her opponent as well. She drifted back to Lin Sheng's side. She did not care about the bloodstains on Lin Sheng's body and sat down close to him. She could not help but bite her lips as she gazed at the hideous wounds on his body. "Are you all right?" Yi Qinglian said softly. A look of heartache flashed across Mei Mao's clear eyes. Why did this guy fight so desperately every time? Lin Xing smiled and rubbed Yi Qinglian's little head. His body leaned slightly against her soft and delicate body. The intense pain in his body made him gasp uncontrollably. Hearing his rapid breathing, Yi Qinglian, who was hugging him tightly, felt her heart ache even more. "Rest for a day. You can't fight any more today," Yi Qinglian said softly as she stroked Lin Sheng's bangs. When Lin Sheng heard this, he smiled and nodded. He fumbled around in his pocket for a while and took out the token. Looking at the 200 points on it, he could not help but sigh. This was the result of a day's work. It was really tiring. If it weren't for the fact that the elders said that these points could be exchanged for some cultivation resources when we returned to the academy, I wouldn't have worked so hard. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly as he put the token back. Then he looked at the teleportation area. There, among the 100 figures, the two people at the front were still displaying the scene of silver light blooming on the light screen. It was daunting. 240,000 points. How many academies have these two guys slaughtered? Seeing the frighteningly huge points, Lin Sheng could not help but roll his eyes. The top 20 fellows seemed to have gathered together to fight Brother Yun and Zian. Senior Shui Lingfeng and Senior Zhao Wenyao have fallen into the hands of the Azure Frost Academy. It seems that someone is planning to use the two of them to force Brother Yun and the rest over. Yi Qinglian said softly as she gently stroked Lin Sheng's face. "Ah." Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. He raised his head in astonishment and said, "Senior Shui Lingfeng and the rest have been defeated." Just as he was feeling puzzled, Lin Sheng cast his gaze towards the vicinity of the 70th place and then looked towards the 100th place. He could not help but say strangely, "Speaking of which, Senior Shui Lingfeng and Senior Zhao Wenyao have already been kicked out of the 100th place. The last place already has 250 points. It has only been half a day, but it has increased so quickly." Thinking of his pathetic 200 points, Lin Sheng could not help but smile bitterly. "At this rate, when will I be able to catch up to the last place? I have to think of a way to increase my points, just like Brother Yun and the rest." Lin Sheng waved his fist as his mind spun rapidly. "Forget it. Brother Yun and the rest's perverted actions are not something that can be done casually." Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and unceremoniously poured cold water on him. Aya, my own wife's elbow has already reached out to someone else's house. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed. Yi Qinglian smiled faintly. The hand that was caressing his face could not help but stretch out 2 fingers and gently pinch. Instantly, a miserable cry resounded through the wilderness. Did they say what the top 20 people are doing? After howling for a while, Lin Sheng turned his head and asked. Yi Qinglian stopped what she was doing and thought for a while before saying softly, "It seems like they have followed Yun Nuashing and the rest to the Sun Moon Academy. However, I am not too sure which academy is the Sun Moon Academy. The ones who have gathered there are those who can't wait. However, Senior Schwellingfeng and the rest seem to have been escorted to the Far Light Academy. However, I don't know if Brother Yun and the rest have had the chance to receive this news." Yi Qinglian said with a strange expression. Those few people seem to be doing the same thing. They went out of the spatial light screen, unleashed their ultimate attacks, and then went somewhere else. They will receive it sooner or later. After launching such a large-scale attack, they will have to stop to rest and recover. At that time they will receive the news. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. Have you forgotten the magical talismans he gave you? Yi Qinglian could not help but roll her eyes at him when she heard this. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed dryly and nodded. Every talisman that Yun Nuashing gave them could allow them to recover to their peak condition and even give them a lot of energy. He had also used this talisman to kill a 5th Seal Demon rank expert. Then, when he gets tired of playing, he will probably stop. Lin Sheng laughed dryly. He has already slaughtered 20 academies. At this rate, when the Divine Institute Exchange ends in a month, I estimate that 2,000 academies will suffer. Yi Qinglian shook her head, helplessly. Lin Sheng blankly counted this number as cold sweat involuntarily slid down his forehead. Clang! In the sky, there was a huge circle of light. Surging energy whistled as gusts of wind fell from the sky, splitting a mountain below into a 1,000-meter-wide chasm. Such a terrifying scene caused the people fighting in the surroundings to hurriedly retreat, opening up a large, empty space. A slender and enchanting figure danced in the circle of light. She was tall and slender, and her platinum uniform was somewhat tattered, occasionally revealing her youthfulness. Her exquisite body was covered in scars. If Yun Nuashing was here, she would definitely be able to recognize her exquisite face and silver eyes. This was Ding Mingyu, who they had only separated from for half a day. At this moment, the latter's tightly furrowed brows gave off a baleful aura. There was a strange dignity between her brows, and she possessed the indescribable demeanor of a king. Besides Ding Mingyu, there were 3 other figures in the circle of light. The 3 of them wore different uniforms, and they clearly came from different academies. The aura that erupted from their every move caused Ding Mingyu to become extremely solemn. To be able to cause her expression to become solemn, it meant that the 3 of them were at least at the demigod level. Moreover, their cultivation was slightly higher than hers. Within the circle of light, Ding Mingyu held a strange and thick azure spear in her hand. The spear was even longer than her body, and azure lightning flickered at the end of the spear. As the spear danced, lightning flashed. The might released from the spear faintly caused the 3 demigod-level experts to be unable to gain the upper hand even when they joined forces. However, although she was not immediately defeated, she still seemed to be slightly powerless against the joint forces of the 3. Moreover, all 3 of them were stronger than her. Such a tenacious resistance was clearly unable to last for long. Clang! Shifting one's gaze downwards, there were dozens of human figures swiftly flashing in the mountain range below. Energy sparks from the battle flew everywhere. Half of the people were wearing the platinum-colored uniform of the Highlight Academy, while the other half were wearing different uniforms. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that there seemed to be a couple of academies surrounding and suppressing the students from the Highlight Academy. Clang! 2 figures violently collided in midair like meteorites. A loud metallic sound accompanied by a frightening energy storm suddenly swept across the sky. The experts from both sides within 1,000 feet radius were directly blown away by this frightening storm, causing the blood within their bodies to churn. The wind swept and disappeared in an instant. A platinum-colored figure retreated explosively in the sky, while the figure on the other side also flew backwards like an arrow. Pooey! The platinum-colored, clothed young man randomly spat out the fresh blood in his mouth. He clenched his fist and deeply inhaled a breath of air. When he saw that the battlefield had suddenly become quiet, his body swayed and he temporarily withdrew, landing among the crowd from the Highlight Academy. "Good brat, your strength is not bad." The figure that was sent flying flashed and appeared in the other camp. Surprise flashed across his face. He looked at the group of Highlight Academy students that had gathered together and involuntarily laughed coldly. "However, there will still be no change to your fate today. Big Brother Daofoam, are you all right?" An elegant and otherworldly beauty from the Highlight Academy hurriedly went forward to support the young man who had just landed and asked anxiously. Yun Nuashing was not unfamiliar with these people who had gathered together. This was because he was the one who had personally received this group of people from the mysterious Dragon Continent. At this moment, they were being surrounded by the people from a couple of academies. Yi Daofoam shook his head. He looked at the person behind him and frowned slightly. He asked, "Yin, where is Jun Luo Yi?" "Sister Luo Yi has been entangled by a few people and has been fighting in that direction. She hasn't returned yet." Yin pointed in a direction and shook her head. Mei Mao gravely looked at the surrounding people who harbored ill intentions. She couldn't help but bitterly laugh. They had been living well in the academy when they were suddenly surrounded by people who came out of nowhere. Ding Mingyu was entangled by 3 demigod rank experts, and the remaining strongest, Jun Luo Yi and Yi Daofoam, had been lured away. "Can you guys stall for a while? I plan to use a talisman to try." Yun Yi softly transmitted his voice, causing Yi Daofoam and the rest to slightly narrow their eyes. There are quite a few experts on the other side, and their overall strength is a level higher than ours. It will probably be difficult to stall them. That red-clothed one is at the demonic rank 5 seal, which is 3 realms higher than me. I can barely block him. Most of the others are at the demonic rank 1 seal. At this time, are you guys still going to stubbornly resist? Even if you can endure this time, there will be a next time and a next time. If you continue to resist, you will only exhaust all your strength. The person wearing the fiery red, cloud-shaped academy uniform looked at the slightly changed expressions of Yi Daofoam and the others. He sneered and said, "Why don't you come with us obediently? That way, you won't suffer any physical pain." Yi Daofoam gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard as he spoke indifferently. "Tui! I'd rather destroy myself than let you guys have a good time. The people of the Far Light Academy really don't know what's good for them. If it wasn't for the name of the Elemental Academy, someone would have replaced you a long time ago." The red-clothed young man smiled and raised his head to look at the circle in the sky. He said indifferently, "Once your 3rd place on the devil rankings is defeated, we'll be able to capture all of you in one fell swoop. Although killing is not allowed in the Divine Institute exchange, crippling someone should still be allowed, right? Just like the woman who was chased out earlier." "What did you do to her?" Yi Daofing's expression turned cold when he heard this. Waves of majestic devil chi surged out from his body as he stared coldly at the red-clothed young man. "Oh, you're angry?" The red-clothed young man grinned when he saw Yi Daofing's expression gradually turn cold, and he said, "It's nothing. I just received her properly. If you want to blame someone, then blame that fellow from your academy who doesn't know what's good for him. Is the Divine Institute exchange a place for him to perform? Look at it now. He's infuriated everyone, and many academies have joined forces to deal with your Far Light Academy. Despicable bastard. You're unable to defeat Big Brother Yin. So you're venting your anger on someone else. Coward! Coward! Yi Yin was inexplicably angry when she heard this, and she pulled up her pretty face to make a face as she glared fiercely at the red-clothed young man. You're talking about that fellow who's at the first place on the devil rankings? Who does he think he is? If he didn't rely on surprise attacks to gain points, then how could he possibly stand at such a height? The red-clothed young man glanced at the 100 figures in front of the teleportation area and puckered his lips. He disapproved of Yi Yun's words and felt that if it wasn't for Yun Nuashing making preparations beforehand and launching a surprise attack, then it would absolutely be impossible for such a shocking accomplishment to appear. Even if he appears before me, I'll be able to trample him beneath my feet. Could a mere second-place devil rank expert like him overturn the heavens? I'm just afraid that if he appears before you, you'll be so frightened that you'll lose control of your bladder. A clear and cold voice was suddenly transmitted from the side, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads around in unison, only to see a slender figure flying out from the forest. She was dressed in white gold clothes and wore a crown like hair accessory on her head. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. Who else could that familiar appearance be other than Jun Luo-yi? Sister Luo-yi. Yi Yun cried out in surprise when she saw the person who had arrived. Yi Daofeng and the rest also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be much easier now that she had returned. When the red-clothed young man saw Jun Luo-yi come out, he was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her for quite a while, after which he sneered, "Truly trash, for people can't even take down a woman." Jun Luo-yi faintly smiled. There were many wounds on her body. Clearly, she had paid a certain price to deal with those 4 people. Hold on a little longer. Give Yin some time and hold on until Mr. Yun arrives. Jun Luo-yi softly transmitted her voice, causing everyone's expression to tremble as they looked at her with an obscure gaze. I've just sent a message, but it'll take some time to find him. Jun Luo-yi faintly smiled. Hearing this, the eyes of Yi Daofeng and the rest flickered, after which they took a deep breath. Then they'll just hold on until the end. Chapter 732. In an unknown location in the realm of the gods, the sky was clear and cloudless. On the ground below, there was an incomparably huge crater, and above the crater floated a huge ball of light. If one looked into the ball of light, they would discover that there were buildings inside. It was obvious that a violent explosion had occurred here, but the buildings were completely intact. In the sky, there were 4 people standing quietly. The person at the very front had her hair fluttering in the wind, gently caressing the faces of the 3 girls behind her. The 3 girls couldn't help but mutter. Looking at the huge crater below, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. This was clearly his masterpiece. He didn't even count how many academies he had destroyed with just a wave of his hand. He only looked at the points on the token rising rapidly, but he didn't feel any sense of fulfillment. Instead, he felt very bored. This is just a garbage point farming game. There's no sense of accomplishment. Only destruction can make me feel a little more fun. Yun Nuashing said this one time when they were discussing why he had to make such a big commotion. In the sky, Yun Nuashing stretched, lazily yawned, and said weakly, "Ha! So boring! It's already 360,000 points. That should be enough, right? It should be enough to attract attention. If we leave it alone for a month, no one should be able to affect the top rankings, right?" Yun Nuashing said lazily. Little Star and Xian are ranked first and second, both with 360,000 points. The third place is still the same third place, with only 400 points so far. Feng looked at the top 100 list not far away and said softly with a smile, "Everyone is so hardworking. Points can be exchanged for rewards. It would be strange if we didn't work hard." Yun Nuashing shrugged. Although the rewards are probably very cheap, the high-level rewards probably require very high points, such as our points. Let's go back to sleep." Yun Nuashing waved his hand in boredom and turned around. He was looking for the teleportation screen of the Far Light Academy when his body suddenly trembled. The extent of the trembling was so great that Ziyan and the others noticed it. Immediately they asked curiously, "Little Xingxing, what's wrong?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. She stretched out her finger and tapped her temple. Then a message slowly entered her mind. After a while, she smiled strangely and said, "It seems that I have something to do." That girl Luo Yi, as well as Senior Ding Mingyu and the others, were surrounded and annihilated in a place called the Fire Spiral Academy. It seems like it's because we've caused too much of a ruckus in the past half a day, causing many people from the other academies to form groups and specifically make things difficult for the students of the Highlight Academy. Yun Nuashing said softly, then pointed at herself and sighed, "So, you're blaming me?" "Who else can I blame if not you?" Ziyan and the other two smiled sweetly, making Yun Nuashing feel helpless. "Then, let's make a trip there. Fire Spiral Academy. Fire Spiral Academy. Ugh, I can't find it." Looking at the large circle of teleportation screens, Yun Nuashing felt a headache. Although there were names written on them, it wasn't that easy to find them. After all, there were more than 100,000 teleportation screens. How could it be that easy to find them? Ah, I found it. There. After a long while, Ziyan and Meimao lit up and pulled Yun Nuashing down from the sky. Behind them, Feng Er and Bing Er also quietly followed. They came to the screen that the former pointed at and looked at the name, then smiled knowingly. When Yun Nuashing saw the screen, she also smiled faintly. She crossed her fingers and slightly stretched them. Then she walked into the screen and said, "Then let's prepare to make a big fuss. There are allies. Don't hit our own people," Feng Er reminded, and the three girls also walked into the screen. Clang! The azure spear was like a roaring lightning dragon as it drew a brilliant arc in the air. In the end, it violently slammed into the arm of a red-clothed young man. The terrifying power directly shook the magical beast shadow behind him. When the long spear of the beautiful figure paused, another figure appeared in front of her like a ghost. A terrifying palm wind was accompanied by a scorching heat as it mercilessly slapped towards the former. Tisk! Faced with this pincer attack from both sides, the owner of the beautiful figure clicked her tongue violently. A solemnness flashed across her pretty eyes as she narrowed them slightly. With a jerk of her jade-like hand, an enormous thunderbolt strength suddenly erupted from the end of the long spear. It bloomed intensely in midair, appearing just like a flower made of lightning. It heavily collided with the sharp flame palm wind. The powerful thunderbolt strength erupted at this moment. The three of them were shaken by the two rebounding forces until they staggered back some distance before stabilizing their bodies. Lightning element. Not bad, very interesting. The man holding the flaming palm couldn't help but praise when such a pincer attack failed. He smiled and said, "Far Light Academy's third on the devil ranking, Ding Mingyu. Not bad, you're very strong. However, you're still stubbornly resisting. You've only just stepped into the demigod realm. Even if your long spear can threaten us, you're dreaming if you want to fight the three of us by yourself. There's no point in saying more. You guys just want to join forces to suppress the Far Light Academy after seeing how Junior Brother was in the limelight during the Divine Institute exchange." Ding Mingyu's face was cold. Her silver eyes were filled with ruthless, thunderous intent. She coldly said, "You want to take us down and use us to force Junior Brother out. That's a good plan, but you'll regret it. Haha, a mere second conferred demonic rank student who relied on some unorthodox methods to ascend to the top of the top 100 ranking. We don't care about you. You're not qualified to comment on our methods." A yellow-clothed young man with a yellow complexion sneered and said, "All you need to know is that all of you from the Far Light Academy are bound to fall here, and you'll become a prisoner." Ding Mingyu glanced coldly at the yellow-clothed young man and sneered, "Shameless fellow, your 3 academies spent great efforts to foster all of you in vain. In the end, you've raised 3 pieces of trash." The Far Light Academy was different from the other academies. They wouldn't give any preferential treatment to any of their students, and they had to rely on themselves to obtain everything they wanted. Thus, the peak combat strength of the Far Light Academy was mostly at the peak of the devil rank. Ding Mingyu was only lucky enough to rely on the Dream Soul Crystal to step into the demigod realm. The 3 of us possess superb natural talent, so it's only natural that we're highly regarded by the Academy. Moreover, your Far Light Academy only managed to produce a single demigod realm expert during this year's Divine Institute exchange. Where's the prestige of the past? The red-clothed young man smiled as well. Even though his expression was gentle, Ding Mingyu knew that this fellow was unscrupulous in battle, and every single move he made was lethal. So he firmly suppressed the 3 of them. The red-clothed young man said in a light voice, "Since you're so unyielding, then we'll fulfill your wish. We'll allow everyone to see the sorry state your Far Light Academy is in once we capture you. I presume you won't be able to say anything else at that time, right? Let's do it. Capture her and bring her back to Far Light Academy before hanging her at the entrance of the teleportation area." The expressions of the 2 of them turned slightly serious when they heard this, and then they nodded forcefully. "You're going too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of all of you?" Ding Mingyu's face turned completely gloomy when she saw the 3 of them preparing to attack once more. Her figure moved as terrifying lightning energy suddenly erupted from her body, and it condensed into an enormous lotus platform behind her. As the lotus flower spun slightly, a strand of terrifying energy rippled through the air. Right when she intended to make the first move, Mei Mao suddenly flashed, and she glanced imperceptibly at the spatial screen in the distance. She seemed to have sensed something, and a moment later, she looked coldly at the red-clothed young man and the others before she laughed with ridicule. "Come and capture me if you have the ability. Attack!" These words caused the red-clothed young man to frown, and he shouted coldly before his figure flashed out explosively. Behind him, the yellow-clothed young man and the green-clothed young man flashed out explosively as well. The 3 of them had just moved when Ding Mingyu's red lips were lifted into an arc of ridicule that was almost impossible to see. Her spear that surged with lightning swept behind her, and then her delicate figure flashed explosively behind her, leaving behind a dazzling silver-blue bolt of lightning in the sky. Trying to escape? This sudden scene caused the red-clothed young man and the 2 others to be startled. Immediately, the 3 of them snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out from within their bodies. The seal formed by their hands changed, and their bodies suddenly flashed. One could hear a sharp whistle being emitted from the space, and the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. "Can you catch up?" Ding Mingyu's pretty face changed slightly the moment the 3 of them disappeared. Her azure long spear suddenly swept behind her, and her delicate body borrowed this recoil to suddenly dive downwards. Chi! 3 terrifying elemental energies rushed out from above Ding Mingyu's head just as her body descended. They brushed past her back, burning a large hole in her clothes, and her flawless back was exposed to the air. "Run, I'll let you run." The space suddenly fluctuated, and the red-clothed young man and the 2 others broke through the air with ferocious smiles on their faces. The blazing plains turned into a sea of fire. Their eyes were ferocious as they stared at Ding Mingyu. Both of their fists were swung out, and 3 10,000 feet large elemental fists cut through the air, smashing towards Ding Mingyu with a momentum that shook the earth. The 3 fists were swiftly magnified in Mei Mao's eyes. Ding Mingyu's expression was as calm as water. Her small hand, which was holding the azure long spear, shook, and the energy on the long spear suddenly disappeared. It turned back into a silver-white long blade and was returned to its scabbard, after which it was placed back into her ring and allowed her delicate body to freely fall downwards. That manner showed that she had given up on defense and seemed to be waiting for death. Ta! Just as the 3 enormous fists were about to land on Ding Mingyu, a clear finger snap stealthily spread throughout the entire academy. That quiet sound caused the hearts of countless people to suddenly jump. Jun Luo Yi and the rest also heard this finger snap. Yi Daofeng and the others did not react for a moment, but the former smiled faintly. Soon after, she seemed to have thought of something, and her smile suddenly stiffened. Her pupils shrunk slightly, and she hurriedly sent her opponent flying with a slap. She hurriedly said, "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" After her voice sounded, she did not care about the stunned expressions of the others. With a wave of her hand, she pulled Yi Yin and the rest and rushed towards the distance. She faced the empty space and cried out in a lovely voice, "There are allies! Be gentler! Not good! Quickly run!" The red-clothed young man and the other 2's pupils also trembled. They suddenly raised their heads, and the former seemed to have thought of something. He let out a strange cry and did not care whether the 3 fists had caught up to Ding Mingyu. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, just as they turned around and were about to run, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly surged in their hearts, causing them to widen their eyes. The boiling energy in their bodies suddenly became unusually quiet, and soon after, void, break. A beautiful voice softly laughed in the sky. When it landed in everyone's ears, it was like the voice of a demon. Following it, an explosion that seemed to split the sky and earth apart sounded. Countless people raised their heads and could only see an extremely bright light, like the light of creation, sweeping over. Faint, bright, golden particles spread across the sky. The silver-blue light cluster was expanding at an even faster and more berserk speed than before. Chaotic elemental energy wildly danced and boiled in the sky, condensing into a material form that floated in the air, transforming into a brilliant elemental ocean that was greedily devoured by the silver-blue light cluster. Ding Mingyu watched indifferently as the silver-white light cluster appeared. Subsequently, it wildly expanded. The 3 giant elemental fists had already disappeared without a trace after the snap of her fingers. However, she had also lost all of her strength. All she could do was watch as the silver-white light cluster swept towards her, after which her beautiful eyes slowly closed as she waited for the wild and violent energy to surge towards her. Swoosh! Just as Ding Mingyu thought that she was about to be sucked into the light cluster, she suddenly felt a warm and soft touch on her bare waist. Bright golden light surged into her tightly shut Meimao. Soon after, a feeling of the sky and earth spinning descended on her body, as if the front and back of her body were about to be torn apart. Rumble! The silver-blue energy cluster revealed its most berserk side. In almost an instant, it had completely devoured the space within 100,000 feet, and it was still expanding towards 1,000,000 feet. The people floating in the distance could only see the ground that the light cluster touched disappear completely as if it had melted. Huge spatial cracks appeared in the dense elemental ocean. The silver-blue light cluster finally devoured the space within 1,000,000 feet before slowly solidifying. Then, with a sudden flash, it shrank to the size of a fist in a breath's time and slowly dissipated, leaving behind countless people looking at the huge crater left behind on the ground in horror. Their bodies could not help but tremble in the distant sky. The long, colorful hair fluttered. The white-gold figure looked at the ground below, and after a single glance he looked away. Then he lowered his head and saw Ding Mingyu lying softly in his arms. Her beautiful eyelashes were gently trembling, and her soft, jade-like hands were grabbing onto that person's clothes as if she had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. It was as if she was scared out of her wits. Senior Sister Mingyu girl, are you all right? Are you scared?" In the sky, Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the beautiful face in his arms, which was originally cold and alluring, but now appeared lovely and alluring due to its paleness. He could not help but smile faintly. The smooth and soft feeling that came from his palm stunned him, and a blush flashed across his pretty face. However, he suppressed it a moment later, and did not think too much about it. Hearing the voice, Ding Mingyu's tightly shut long eyelashes gently trembled. Soon after, she slowly opened her eyes with a trace of fear. When her gaze saw the beautiful face that appeared in her line of sight, she could not help but gasp. After panting slightly for a while, Ding Mingyu looked at her own posture and actions and felt the warmth on her back. A blush appeared on her pale face, and she hurriedly released her jade-like hands. She mobilized the wind elements and struggled to stand up from Yun Nuashing's arms. Just as she steadied herself, she saw a snow-white cloak draped over her body, causing her to be startled. Turning her head, she saw Yun Nuashing's warm smile and heard him say with a faint smile, "The back of your clothes is torn." Ignoring Ding Mingyu, whose face had turned incomparably red because of his words, Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "You actually closed your eyes. Did you calculate that I would use the light elements to catch you? Are you injured?" No. The blush on Ding Mingyu's cheeks had yet to completely subside. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yun Nuashing, who had a warm smile on his face since the beginning, and softly said, Thank you." Yun Nuashing waved his hand and turned his gaze towards two directions. He waved his hand towards those two directions, and a moment later, two groups of people flew over from afar. "Senior sister, are you injured?" Zian, Feng, and the other two flew over. Seeing Ding Mingyu's blushing face, they stared blankly for a moment, then thoughtfully looked at Yun Nuashing and said with a faint smile, "Little star, did you bully senior sister Mingyu?" Ding Mingyu's face immediately turned even redder. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at Zian but didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked to the other side. Jun Luo Yi and Yi Daofeng brought their people over in a few flashes. Just as she steadied herself, before Jun Luo Yi could say anything, the elegant and refined beauty pounced out while crying and crashed into Yun Nuashing's body. Her jade arms hugged Yun Nuashing's arm as she wailed, "Big brother Yun! Fortunately you came. You scared me to death." Everyone rolled their eyes. "Weren't you the one who fought the most vigorously just now?" Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly and habitually reached out to rub her little head. Then he looked at the others and smiled. Not a single one of them was left behind. "It seems that there were no accidental injuries. I was scared to death by you. At least tell me in advance when you use your ultimate move. I almost couldn't run out." Hearing this, Yi Daofeng and the rest couldn't help but complain. Looking at their expressions after surviving a calamity, it seemed that they still hadn't recovered from their shock. "Luo Yi is here. It's fine, it's fine." Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. His colorful eyes looked at the many students who were still in a state of shock. His bright eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I roughly know the cause of the matter. Although I thought that I would be hated, I didn't think that there would be such a strong backlash." Ding Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then told Yun Nuashing what she knew. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's gaze also became slightly sharp. "Oh, then the Far Light Academy should be decorated like a dragon's lair and tiger's den, right? What do you plan to do?" Ding Mingyu smiled faintly and tightened her white cloak. "It's very simple." Yun Nuashing laughed evilly. However, this smile and this relaxed tone, when it landed in everyone's ears, gave them an ominous premonition. The next sentence made their hair stand on end. "Release. Smoke. Flower." Chapter 733. It had only been a day and a half since the Divine Institute exchange, but it had already created a raging atmosphere. The various great academies were still bustling with activity today. Among the hundreds of thousands of academies, there was a rather large undercurrent that was quietly surging. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two figures at the top of the 100 rankings. Doubt and hostility had never dissipated. The Far Light Academy was still bustling with activity today. As one of the elemental academies, there was never a lack of challengers. There were all kinds of students coming and going. Even the students of the Far Light Academy who were walking around the other academies were the targets of a group of people. It was all because they had the title of Elemental Academy and because there were several colossal figures behind them. The common goal of these people had also attracted the attention of the Far Light Academy students. Immediately, there were some students who also flew towards the Battle King platform. There were also some students who hurriedly went to find their teachers and elders. At this moment, the Battle King platform was already filled with tens of thousands of people. Qing Shuang's fellows dragged Ling Feng, Wen Yao, and some other students of our academy to the Battle King platform. At the foot of the Sword God Mountain, in front of the main hall, Bing's line of sight crossed the mountain range and landed on the largest Battle King platform. It was already occupied by countless students. At the center of the Battle King platform, there was a row of huge metal cages. Inside those cages were Xue Ling Feng, Zhao Wenyao, and the other students of the Far Light Academy. Their actions are pretty fast. Although it's because of Qing Shuang, I didn't expect that they would be able to cause such a ruckus in half a day. Why do I feel that something isn't right? Yan Feng curled his lips. The backlash caused by the God's Child is too strong. It's pressuring the nerves of the other academies. I reckon that the higher-ups of the other academies are behind this. Are they trying to show off their might to our Far Light Academy? Yan Yuting narrowed her charming Mei-Mao eyes. There was a trace of coldness in them. At least 300 academies have come. Among these 300 academies, more than half of them don't have a good relationship with the Far Light Academy. The rest are probably just here to watch the show. There are others who are either watching from the sidelines or on their way here. Bing took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. The Son of God has caused quite a commotion. The commotion after this will be even greater. Yan Yuting's indifferent words caused the Yan Feng duo to be taken aback. They subconsciously asked after, looking at this abnormal gathering of 1 million people, the Son of God must have also received the news. Although this matter was caused by the little guy in the top 20 of the top 100 ranking, how do you think the little Son of God will deal with this? Yan Yuting said indifferently, how do we end this? Of course, it's... Yan Feng said half of his sentence without thinking. Then he was stunned and looked at Bing. When Bing caught his gaze, he looked at the sky indifferently and sighed. What do you think will happen if the fear that permeates the entire body is carved into the souls of millions of people? Hearing these frightening words, the corners of Yan Feng's eyes twitched and his mouth trembled. After a while, he forced a smile and said, the Godchild wouldn't do that, right? He's not an unreasonable person. Making trouble without reason? No, of course the Son of God isn't an unreasonable person. He just wants to do this. Bing shook his head and sighed. He slowly said, this matter was caused by himself, but the Son of God clearly didn't know when to stop. He clearly didn't expect such a huge backlash. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. Since he was forced to go on stage to act, he will put in his best effort. However, in front of millions of people, he is being watched like a monkey in a circus. How good do you think the Son of God's attitude will be? When Yan Feng heard this shocking news, his expression changed. He waved his hand and shouted towards the hall behind him. Secretly inform the people from the other elemental academies to evacuate the Battle King stage. At the very least, they have to return to the defensive array of the building. Bing slowly nodded. Right now, they dared to capture Xingfeng and the others and trap them in the Battle King stage to threaten us. As the host, we naturally can't be rude. When we inform everyone to evacuate, let's have the Son of God entertain this group of brats. The Battle King's platform outside the War God Temple had been completely destroyed. The Battle King's platform, which symbolized glory, had been repaired long ago. At this moment, millions of people had gathered. At a glance, all they could see were black heads and a variety of uniforms. As for Yuan Guang's platinum-colored figure, it had long been submerged in the sea of people and was hard to find. This is too much. Senior Shui Lingfeng and the others are all trapped in the Battle King stage and are heavily injured. At the edge of the Battle King stage, several figures leaned against the stone wall and looked down at the Battle King stage. One of them couldn't help but sigh. He had a headache as he grabbed the blue hairband on his head. It's the people from the Azure Frost Academy. The relationship between the Azure Frost Academy and our Farlight Academy isn't good to begin with. During the last Divine Institute exchange, they've been targeting our academy. This time, because Junior Brother is in the limelight, they seem to be targeting us even more. Chuan Mu could not help but sigh as he looked at the Battle Monarch platform below him and then at Lin Sheng and the others who were standing to the side. They're trying to force Brother Yin out, right? But what's the point? Forcing him out to teach him a lesson? But with the current situation, we don't know who's the one teaching who a lesson. Lin Sheng couldn't help but mutter. He looked at the people on the Battle King stage in confusion. Maybe that's one of the reasons, but there's another reason. If the top 3 people on the list lose, their points will be given to the winner. That is to say, the 720,000 points that the junior and the primary school girl have added together have been targeted by someone. Lin Sheng said softly, after the Divine Institute exchange, the points can be exchanged for cultivation resources. If an ordinary demonic stage student has 1,000 points, the amount of cultivation resources they can exchange for is enough to last them a year. With 720,000 points, they might be able to directly reach the initial God stage. Wow! Lin Sheng exclaimed before becoming stunned. He asked in confusion, why is it 720,000 points? If Brother Yin was the only one who lost, wouldn't it only be 360,000 points? Juniors who have the same amount of points are considered to be in a team by default. In other words, the 2 of them will have their points calculated together. Their team will have 720,000 points, and they'll be ranked first and second because of their high points. As long as one of them loses, it'll count as both of them losing, and the 720,000 points will be given away, explained Chuan Mu. Oh, Lin Sheng replied indifferently. He placed his arms on the stone wall and casually glanced at the field. A moment later, he looked at the Battle King stage and said indifferently, the 3rd to 20th people on the top 100 ranking are all here. The 3rd person is Tai Academy's Yuan Hai. He's a demigod, 5th transformation demigod, and cultivates the Tai divine art. He's also a fire elemental charm master. It's said that he once defeated a son of God and came out unscathed. Looks like Tai Academy has put in a lot of effort. Do they want to compete with the son of God of the other major forces in this year's journey to the secret realm? Lin Sheng said indifferently, Brother Yin will also be going to the secret realm. That freak probably won't have anything to do with him, right? Lin Sheng asked. I'm not sure. I've never been to a secret realm before. I've heard that one will be suppressed after entering a secret realm. The stronger the person, the stronger the suppression. However, it seems that it's only suppressing one's realm, said Chuan Mu softly. Realm doesn't seem to mean much to that guy. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. Have you ever seen a demonic rank battle with a high-level god? Realm means nothing to that guy. Everyone clearly knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile bitterly. As time passed, the atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The atmosphere on the Battle King stage became more and more heated. The Yuan Guang Academy's students' hearts became heavier and heavier. Countless eyes were constantly looking at the few people on the Battle King stage as if they were watching a show. At the same time, some people couldn't help but look at the 2 people at the top of the top 100 ranking. However, There was only a dazzling white light on the screen. It seemed to be blocked or broken. There was no way to see where the two people were at the moment. As countless people raised their heads in anticipation, the sun was slowly setting in the west. Suddenly, Lin Sheng and the others trembled. They looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly took out their tokens. The tokens were flickering with a golden light. Then a voice quietly drilled into their minds. Notify all the Yuanguang Academy students. If you're on the Battle King stage, evacuate as soon as possible. If you see students from the Elemental Academy, evacuate together with them. Return to the Academy's protective array and don't linger. I repeat, Lin Sheng and the rest were stunned when they heard this voice. This was an urgent message from the elder. It would be transmitted directly to the tokens of all the students. Everyone would receive the message. However, when such a message was sent, it also meant that the situation was extremely serious. Even though they didn't know why such a strange message was sent, they were forced by the elder's authority. After hearing the message, Lin Sheng and the others looked at each other and nodded. Before they left, they looked at the spectator seats of the Battle King stage and saw many white gold figures quietly leaving. They even patted the people next to them. Chuan Mu looked in front of him and took 2 steps forward. He patted the shoulder of a young man in red robes and whispered, "Yanli, let's go. The elder wants the Elemental Academy to evacuate from the Battle King stage." The young man in red robes was startled when he heard Chuan Mu. However, when he heard the word elder, he raised his head and looked at Chuan Mu. When he saw Chuan Mu nod, he also nodded. Even though he didn't understand why, since the elder wanted them to evacuate, he would do so. "Hey, let's go. Something has happened." Soon after, the young man from Yanli patted the shoulder of a person below and whispered. The message quickly spread to the ears of all the Elemental Academy students in the spectator seats. Soon after, a group of people quietly left the Battle King stage. Even though there were many of them, they were only a small number compared to the millions of students. Moreover, they didn't leave in a group. They were like small drops of water in the ocean. Therefore, no one realized that something was wrong. Lin Sheng and the other students from the Yuanguang Academy quietly separated. They looked at the students from the Elemental Academy who were leaving the Battle King stage and gave them a signal with their eyes. Soon after, they landed in the forest. The large number of students from the Yuanguang Academy also followed the former and landed in the forest. Hundreds of thousands of students flew through the forest and soon arrived at the entrance of the Battle God Temple. This was the closest building to the Battle King stage. At the same time, there was also a large defensive array inside. Haha, everyone has evacuated. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the Battle God Temple, a hearty laughter rang out, causing everyone to turn their gazes. Soon after, they saw Yan Feng standing at the entrance of the Battle God Temple with a sinister smile. He was smiling as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of students. Elder Yan Feng. When they saw this person, Chuan Mu and the rest hurriedly cupped their hands and respectfully greeted him. Yan Feng waved his hand and looked at the Battle King stage in the distant horizon. He waved his hand and a crystal light screen appeared in front of them. The screen reflected the situation on the Battle King stage. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's watch the show." Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. However, they didn't dare to ask anything. There was a large, open space outside the Battle God Temple. It wouldn't be a problem to accommodate millions of people. Lin Sheng and the rest stood at the entrance of the Battle God Temple. They looked at the light screen and then looked at Yan Feng. They were confused. On the other hand, Yi Qinglian was attentive and suddenly thought of a bold guess. She couldn't help but blink her clear Mei-Mao and softly said, "Elder, could it be that Brother Yun intends to, haha." When he heard her voice, Yan Feng also glanced at her, after which he smiled faintly. Yi Qinglian was even more certain when she saw his appearance. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If the two of them were to do so, it would really cause a huge commotion on the Battle King stage, the indifferent expression of the Tai Academy student called Yuan Hai suddenly changed slightly. Soon after, he slowly lifted his head and revealed an interested expression in his eyes. When the few people beside him saw his expression, they also slowly lifted their heads and looked towards the edge of the sky. Suddenly, a hurried rushing wind sound appeared at that spot. That voice was extremely swift and violent, causing the voices of the audience on the Battle King stage to be suppressed. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw 3 figures flying over at lightning speed in the sky. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground, causing an ear-piercing sound to ring out. His figure instantly disappeared. Hua! A series of exclamations sounded from the audience when they saw Yuan Hai start a fight without saying anything. Under the gazes of countless people, Yuan Hai, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. A heavy punch was accompanied by a whistling wind as it violently rumbled out. Just the strength of this punch gave people an extremely powerful pressure, causing the expressions of countless people to change drastically. Bang! Before the punch could touch Yin Nuoxing, some light particles flickered around her body. Her figure suddenly melted under the light particles. The punch also directly passed through Yin Nuoxing's figure. A dull sound of flesh colliding rang out, causing countless people to be shocked. Even Yuan Hai was somewhat astonished. Could it be that it was as everyone thought? That the guy who ranked first on the top 100 ranking list only had that one move? Before they could sit down in shock, the figure slowly dissipated under countless gazes, turning into light particles and disappearing in the air. An afterimage? Yuan Hai was slightly taken aback. He suddenly raised his head and saw that Yun Nuoxing was currently standing with Zian and the other 2. Her expression was indifferent as she looked at him. There was only emptiness in her indifferent eyes. Even his figure did not exist. It was as if she had never placed him in her eyes. "Are you trying to escape?" When he saw that Yun Nuoxing also had such an arrogant appearance, 2 veins popped out on Yuan Hai's forehead. He angrily laughed and said, "You can escape once, you can escape twice. However, I will always find trouble with the students of the Highlight Academy. Don't tell me that you intend to come out and save them every time? Or do you intend to drag the entire Highlight Academy down with you too?" Yun Nuoxing, who originally felt that there was no reason for her to fight, was about to turn and leave. However, when she heard Yuan Hai's words, a chill surged in her eyes. She then looked at the Battle King stage and faintly smiled. "That's right. Since I'm already here, I should at least make a move. There are millions of people here. I estimate that I can obtain tens of millions of points, right?" Wow! These cold and arrogant words caused the entire audience to boil. Countless people raised their heads and looked at him. All kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. Some were angry, some were mocking, and some were indifferent. Of course, they knew how powerful Yun Nuoxing's attack was. However, with so many people watching, would she have the time to prepare a killing move? "I think you've lost your mind. Not to mention how long it takes for the 2 of you to prepare for that attack. There are so many experts gathered here. If you want to use that move, everyone will gang up on you. Do you think they will give you the time to use it?" Yuan Hai laughed loudly. "Don't look down on others. A mere second seal of the demon rank. Do you think you can do whatever you want on a demigod-level battlefield? Huh? Gang up on me?" Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression became completely gloomy. Although he still had a gentle smile on his face, his beautiful face was covered in black lines. That expression seemed to be telling everyone that he had held back to his limit. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. He took Xian's hand and slowly opened her right hand. Boom! Seeing his action, countless people in the audience suddenly stood up. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The terrifying energy gathered into a huge energy storm, causing the entire Battle Monarch platform to shake. The aura of millions of demon rank experts gathered together was something that even God's sons and godly venerables would have to retreat. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster. You're crazy! Sensing the energy storm that caused even his heart to palpitate, Yuan Hai grinned and laughed wildly. If the two from Yun Nua's star had any intention of using that profound art, they would be besieged by everyone present. Feeling the terrifying energy storm, Yun Nuashing remained indifferent. He had faced a god emperor before. Why would he be afraid of these millions of demon rank experts? First of all, who told you that it would take us a long time to use it? Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. Terrifying energy gathered above his palm in an instant. Faint light particles suddenly condensed, and a drop of silver blue light condensed in an instant. When the silver blue light appeared, a monstrous spatial fluctuation and a pressure unique to gods suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Even Yuan Hai and Qin Shuang widened their eyes. Didn't you say that it would take them a long time to use it? Yuan Hai roared at Qin Shuang's people. His eyes were full of shock as he looked at the silver-white light spot. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure that surpassed the demigod rank from the light spot. This, Qin Shuang's demigod rank expert, also widened his eyes in shock. Such a powerful mystic technique should take a long time to condense with the strength of a demon rank expert. Why did Yun Nuashing release it as if it was just a game? Boom! However, they didn't have much time to think about it at this moment because the millions of people had already soared into the sky. Dazzling attacks were released one after another like a sea of light that drowned the sky. Yuan Hai and the others also soared into the sky with angry roars and released their strongest attacks. Looking at the sea of energy formed by the interweaving attacks, Yun Nuashing sighed softly. The silver blue light spot in his hand suddenly trembled. Then it suddenly expanded. Secondly, I can do whatever I want. Buzz! Following an indifferent laughter, the silver blue light cluster expanded from the size of a thumb to 100,000 feet in size in an instant. The million attacks did not even form a ripple when they made contact with it before they were swallowed by the silver-white light cluster. After which, the silver blue light cluster was just like a dying star in front of countless pairs of horrified eyes. Within a short breath's time, it had suddenly expanded to 1,000,000 feet in size, in front of the war god temple. Everyone stared at the light screen in horror. They could only see the rapidly expanding silver-blue ball of light swallowing the millions of people, including Yuan Hai and the others, in an instant. Then, when they looked up, they could see a silver-blue ball of light that contained extremely terrifying energy rising from the horizon, like a silver-blue sun, Ba-Zi. When the silver-blue light suddenly swept from the horizon to the front of the war god temple, the dazzling white light was so dazzling that it caused everyone to close their eyes. A strange sound like two swords fiercely rubbing against each other echoed in their ears. The terrifying energy storm slammed into their bodies, almost blowing them off the ground. Everyone reflexively fell to the ground with a crash. Even Yen Feng was shocked when he sensed the terrifying silver-blue light spot. His eyes widened in shock. If it wasn't for the fact that the spatial energy didn't contain destructive power, the defensive array might not have been able to withstand it. Beside the lake in the freshman area, Lan Xan looked at the huge silver-blue sun rising from the horizon with joy. She smiled tenderly and said, as expected of Brother Nuashing, the combination of the void technique, the spiritual divine body, and the 5 elements body. The spatial energy that you control is comparable to that of a deity. Yes, Yi Shi and the others also smiled slightly. They sipped their tea and looked at the silver-blue sun with interest. Then they looked at the central square. There, a string of numbers jumped rapidly above the heads of the first and second on the top 100 talents list. In just a moment, a bright 8-digit number appeared. Yuan Hai, who was in third place, disappeared from the top 100 talents list. The person who was originally in fourth place took over the third place after Yuan Hai disappeared. In the next second, his score returned to 0, and he disappeared from the list. It wasn't until all the people in the top 30 had disappeared that the top 100 talents list was fixed and the person in third place was fixed. It seems that not only the people in the top 20 are here. Everyone in the top 30 is here. However, they were all swept into the spatial storm. When the person in third place disappeared, he took over the third place. Then he was eliminated again until he was originally in 31st place. Outside the hall, halfway up the giant sword mountain, Bing and Yan Yuting looked at the constantly changing top 100 talents list and couldn't help but smile. He still has to thank the little god. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit in third place. Yan Yuting also smiled faintly. However, we still have to clean up the mess later. There are millions of students, and I estimate that there are thousands of academies involved. This time, it's the biggest commotion in the history of the Divine Institute exchange. Bing let out a long sigh. Yuan Guang will probably be affected, although it has nothing to do with us. Gossip is a fearful thing. Those old fogies from the other academies won't think too much about it. They only believe in one thing, and that is that the thousands of academies that attacked were all killed by the little god. This will make them lose face. Yan Yuting shook her head and sighed. It's fine if they don't act rashly. However, if they do, the next battle will probably be between the elders of the academies. However, at the very least, there will be a period of calm. Today's events are really fast. It's so fast that I feel that it's been arranged in advance. Bing smiled coldly. From the time Yin Nuashing had caused a ruckus in the morning to the sunset, it had only been half a day. However, the thousands of academies had already joined forces. It was so fast that he found it inconceivable. That's right, Yan Yuting gawked. After a long while, she sighed and nodded. Chapter 735. The silver blue sun lasted for a dozen seconds before suddenly shrinking from 1,000,000 feet to the size of a thumb. Then it disappeared, leaving behind a bottomless pit on the ground. Everyone in front of the war god temple slowly raised their heads. Apart from the square of the war god temple, the outside had become an abyss. They were floating above the abyss, as if they were in the void. Lin Sheng and the rest stood up and watched as the towering mountain range in the distance was destroyed. Even the ground had become a deep pit. Finally, they could not help but gulp as they lifted their heads with lingering fear. They looked towards the horizon and saw that the Battle King's platform had disappeared along with the millions of people. This firework is really... A sigh came from the war god temple behind them. Then a series of footsteps rang out, causing Lin Sheng and the rest to quickly turn their heads. They saw Ding Mingyu and the rest slowly walking out of the war god temple. Seeing them, the former and the rest were startled. Little junior brother said something about fireworks and threw us back. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Ding Mingyu said indifferently. Everyone laughed bitterly. Fireworks? This firework was indeed grand and grand. Yan Feng looked at the abyss and felt a headache coming on. It would take a lot of effort to repair such a big pit. He waved his hand and his helpless voice spread across the square of the war god temple. All right, the farce is over. If there's nothing else, you can leave. After he finished speaking, he ignored the strange expressions of the students and was suddenly startled for a moment. His expression flickered as he helplessly sighed. Headmaster has summoned us so quickly. It seems that this matter has caused quite a stir. Fine. Let's see what kind of good things you bastards can say. Sighing and shaking his head, Yanfeng glanced at Lin Sheng and the rest. His figure flashed, and he disappeared. In front of the war god temple, Xue Lingfeng and the rest were lying unconscious on the ground. Ding Mingyu saw them and could not help but sigh. Are they okay? They're fine. Not really. They're seriously injured and unconscious. Their situation is not very good, but their lives are not in danger." Zhong Songling softly said. Mei Mao looked around. After a while, she stopped at the edge of the pit and asked doubtfully, "Where are the students?" "I threw it into the Tranquil Ocean Academy. We don't have a place to put it." Everyone was startled. However, before anyone could speak, a faint laughter was transmitted from beside them, after which the space began to wiggle slightly. A moment later, Yun Nuoxing's group appeared within the wiggling space. She glanced at them and smiled. "Where's Uncle Yen Feng?" Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask after looking around and not seeing Yen Feng and the others. He was here just a moment ago." Lin Sheng turned his head to look at the entrance of the War God Hall. However, he did not see Yen Feng's figure. He scratched his head in confusion and said, "Perhaps he left because he had some matters to attend to." Yun Nuoxing answered casually. He looked at the horizon in the distance and was a little stunned. That vicissitude that should not have appeared on the young man's body was inexplicably revealed. Seeing that she had suddenly fallen silent, everyone also turned their gazes. They were all shocked when they saw the emptiness and spiritlessness in her multicolored eyes, as well as the vicissitudes of life. The dusky light of the setting sun shone on Yun Nuoxing's body, making her feel even more mysterious. Xian was also slightly startled. Mei Mao looked at her in confusion. She didn't know why Yun Nuoxing had suddenly changed. That feeling was as if her heart had drifted away to somewhere else. Phew! After a moment, Yun Nuoxing let out a long breath. The vicissitudes of life completely disappeared, and she returned to her ethereal and distant appearance. She lowered her head and saw Xian's worried gaze. She smiled faintly and rubbed her head. "It's nothing. Let's go back. I don't want to play anymore." Xian nodded slightly. She used a bit more strength to hold his hand. Yen Feng, Bing, and Yan Yuting stood in the great hall halfway up the giant sword mountain. A few elders stood beside them. In front of them, there was a figure in gray robes. He had his hands behind his back as he looked at the huge screens of light in front of him. A group of people stood or sat in the dozens of screens of light. Their gazes were tightly fixed on the figure in gray robes. It was as if their gazes could pass through the screens of light and interact with him. The great hall was so quiet that only the faint breathing of a few people could be heard. The man in gray robes, Yen Feng, and the others looked at the dozens of screens of light in front of them. Their gazes were filled with suspicion. If you have something to say, then say it. If you have something to fart, then fart. Don't just stand here and stare at each other. Are you trying to flirt with me with your eyes? I'm very busy. No one knew how long this silence lasted, but the man in gray robes suddenly shouted. His sudden shout startled Yen Feng and the others, as well as the people in the screens of light. "You're as hot-tempered as always." In the middle of the spatial light curtain, there was a whisper that sounded like an owl. There was only one person in the spatial light curtain, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. He continued, "It's nothing. I just heard that your academy has produced an amazing little fellow, so I'm a little interested, that's all. Don't beat around the bush. Don't think that I don't know what you're up to. Your Celestial Godly Academy is one of the best in the Kuan Yuan region. It's even better than our Elemental Academy. How could you do such a despicable thing?" The man in gray robe sneered. "Old friend, we're all practitioners. For power, for profit, we can do anything. This is nothing." The person in the screen of light smiled faintly. "Why didn't I see you causing trouble at Red Star Academy?" The man in gray robes couldn't help but curse. There were many top students in Celestial Godly Academy. Many of them could even compete with core disciples and divine princes. However, many of those top geniuses were recruited from other academies. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate to call them abductors because they were happy to see Celestial Godly Academy spend a lot of resources on them, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Others would provide the resources, and they would just have to cultivate. Wouldn't that be great? The Divine Institute exchange is already meaningless to that little fellow. We didn't participate in it this time for the sake of giving the others a chance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if we were to participate and lose the balance. The person from the Celestial Godly Academy chuckled. Wei Guang, don't be in such a hurry to reject. Tell him our intentions first. If he's willing, it'll be a win-win situation for both of us. The gray-robed man, called Wei Guang, couldn't help but grin. That little fellow was a disciple of the 9 divine halls. If he could be poached away like this, then he was underestimating him too much. This corner of the wall was welded shut with profound crystals, so it was impossible to dig it out. Ah, that kid is unruly. He doesn't even listen to a heaven-immortal elder, I'm afraid. Wei Guang smiled. The person from Celestial Godly Academy was surprised. He sneered inside, but on the surface he said, Principal Wei Guang, I'll give you my jade fan. What do you think? I've refined it recently. It's a high-level weapon of the 8th level. I haven't tested its power yet. He was confident that as long as Wei Guang conveyed the message, none of these youngsters would be able to resist such conditions. This was also the reason why he dared to offer such a high price. But this time he was destined to be disappointed, because to the Yun Nuwa planet, whether it was the Far Light Academy, the Celestial Academy, or even the Red Star Academy, none of them would be of much help to him. It all depended on his mood. Furthermore, his star test required him to graduate from the Far Light Academy. All right, do you want me to send the message for you now? Wei Guang smiled, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. No need. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. The person from Celestial Godly Academy said confidently. Then the light screen disappeared. As they watched the spatial light curtain disappear, the other spatial light curtains also closed one after another. The large hall once again became quiet. Hee, you want to poach that little fellow over so that he can work hard for all of you in the secret realm? That's a good plan. What a pity, what a pity. Dean Wei Guang chuckled, and then he turned around to look at Yan Feng's group of 3 and said, That little fellow seems to want to go to Blazing Fire Academy, right? Tell him that he can head over tomorrow, and he doesn't have to participate in the Divine Institute exchange. Just keep his score at 10 million, and he can hang it there until the end of the world. Yan Feng and the others smiled wryly. They knew that Yun Nuashing wouldn't go to Celestial Godly Academy unless it was absolutely necessary. They nodded and said, Then we'll arrange it now. Oh, I'll do it. You guys can just tell that little guy about this. Wei Guang waved his hand and smiled slyly. Ao Songhai, Ao Songhai, you never thought that you would meet a little guy who doesn't listen to reason or force. Yen Feng and the others glanced at each other speechlessly and shrugged. They said goodbye to the others and left the hall. Dean Wei Guang? At night, in the small palace by the lake, Yun Nuashing and the others were sitting on a sofa. They looked at Yan Feng and tilted their heads. After listening to Yan Feng's explanation, they understood a little. Then they sighed and said, No, I'm not interested in Celestial Godly Academy. There's no need for me to go. I knew you would say that. Yan Feng chuckled and nodded. Also, the headmaster said that you can leave for Yan Li Academy tomorrow. Then, the competition. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. You don't need to participate. Your score will be fixed at 10 million. I'll give you the right to go to Yan Li Academy in advance. Yan Feng smiled as he shook his head. After that, he fumbled around in his pocket for a while before taking out a token with a volcano drawn on it. He tossed it to Yun Nuashing and said, This is the token of the Flaming Li Academy. Your points will automatically be converted into the currency of the Flaming Li Academy. As for the rest, someone will receive you. Yun Nuashing took the token and glanced at it. Then his eyes lit up and he grinned. Then I'll wait until tomorrow. There's no rush. Yen Feng rolled his eyes. Why was this guy so impatient? All right. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing could only sigh. He couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Staying in the academy for half a year was extremely boring. If it wasn't for that damnable star test that made him stay in the Highlight Academy until he graduated, thinking about this, he was startled. He looked at Yen Feng and hurriedly asked, "Right, Uncle Yen Feng, how long will it take to graduate?" "Oh, usually it takes 6 years to graduate. If you want to graduate earlier, you have to go through some procedures. Actually, it doesn't matter if you graduate or not." Yen Feng rubbed his chin. Looking at Yun Nuoxing's expectant eyes, he couldn't help but smile. How about this? You can go to the mysterious regions as a representative of Yen Li Academy. If you get good results, you can graduate early. How about that? Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing grinned and nodded. Okay,